Mic check one, two. Check one, two. Check one, two. Mic check one, two. 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 Check one.
I'm trying to get y'all on time. Yeah, 12:50. 12:50.
I'll drop this a second more. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, exactly. Like that. Yeah, I was gonna say if you keep the board those addresses, that's how you can come behind.
You like that?
I love it. Shelly loves
We did a group picture. We haven't got a picture of
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panel. Good afternoon, middle school principals and our K-8 principal. Are we all ready? Welcome to ACES 2.5. I always like to ground ourselves in the why, right? Going back to actually the summer leadership retreat, Simon Sinek, right? It starts with the why. Why ACES? And so I'm not going to read this slide, but you've seen this before at principals meetings. Our mission, our vision. And so we want to connect today. Part of that connection is to student outcome focused governance. So remember, this is a progress monitoring conversation. Dr. Herring and the school board, they have these conversations monthly through this student outcome focused governance. So we cascade this. Some of you have cascaded this to your school, right? Even talking to your teachers or teachers to students. The ACES process has not changed. We have had the best survey, as far as our survey completion, the best survey completion, and just going to be a reminder at the end to complete that survey. This is why ACES, we feel like, gets better each and every time. It's because of the principal feedback. And so a few changes You will begin your presentation, you will not begin your presentation with that 2-minute introduction. Instead, we're going to dive in straight with Q&A after you speak, just for about a minute or less about your signature program, that Glow and Grow. In the slide deck, you're going to see comparative data that pulls from the history of this year, not past years, but fall to spring. And for high schools, we've increased that, right? And you're not high school, right? So you don't get the extra 5 minutes. They do, and that's just because they have some more data. They have graduation data, and so we added some minutes to their presentation. And so like we did last time, just look at these expectation and norms, and if I could get 3 volunteers on the norms or the expectations that you feel need to be said. And we can just popcorn it out.
Be present and engaged.
Thank you.
Assume competence and good intentions.
I like that. One more.
Honest and open communication amongst ourselves and across the board.
Thank you, Dr. Herring. So we have a couple of data points. So this data point is not the milestones, but the map, right? And so we look at math and ELA. And this is, if you look at the ACEs, from ACEs 1.0 to 2.5. So we know we're grounded in the APS 5, and this includes the curriculum and instruction slide. The chart on the slide shows how schools performed on MAP assessment, right, from this ACEs. And we are, again, ACEs 1.0 to 2.5, so really the fall of 21-22 to the winter of this past iteration. And so you could see that the biggest jump here is the bands of spring 22 to fall 22. And so we always want to ground ourselves in this because, we're looking at MAP, right? We're making sure that you're adjusting when you see not only by teacher but individually. And so we'll be looking at the MAP data today. And this is some qualitative data that we like. And so this is different. So the panel has seen this through the lens of elementary, a little bit different with middle school. So here were the top themes in the fall. Amplify, right? Attendance strategies, HMH, structures for whole child support, and access to advanced coursework. So the similarities, HMH and attendance. The other 3 are different than the elementary. So that is the themes for the Q&A, and the top needs, CLL support, hiring and staffing, and budget, all elementary. And so the other 2, curriculum and professional development. That's different than what it was for the elementary. And so again, some reminders, 3 minutes per slide for questions and conversation, 2 minutes at the end to address needs, and then we'll have a transition. Dr. Smith will continue as our facilitator. All right, we'll also have Mr. Hardy, who will be announcing the principals. But before we get started, Dr. Herring, could you say a few words?
Here, there, good afternoon, everyone. I'll say it again in the mic. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, as always, it's just exciting and encouraging to be able to engage in this very open and comfortable conversation so that we might support you. I'm curious around the sharing today. I'll be tag teaming with everyone. You didn't know this, Dr. Maxwell, just have to add the way that I will be with you today. I'll be with you till about 1:30, then I have to go to Washington High School for something, and then we'll try to come right on back until we close out. But our team is, as always, prepared to engage intimately with you so that we can support you. Thank you for what you've been doing. It's on point. Amplify HMH. That's so much on point around the open discussions that we're having and how we can continue to support you, and then the top needs. And as always, members from across the district are here to hear, H-E-R-E, to hear you so that we can be as supportive as possible. The last thing I'll say, then let's get started, is that this is not just a conversation where you are presenting to us, but when you hear from one another and something's like, oh man, say more, please do not hold back on learning from one another. That's also the most powerful part of what we find ACES to be for all of you. So thank you. Let's get started. The sound is 100.
Thank you, Dr. Herring. We did get the sound right today. Folks, we have a QR code for our Padlet. If you would like to engage with our school leaders virtually, you can post comments, ask questions, and school leaders will be interacting with us using our YouTube channel as well. So feel free to access this QR code. Additionally, please limit your conversations about subgroups with fewer than 10 scholars. Those are FERPA violations, and we want to preserve those rights. We also ask that we limit conversations around HIPAA information, Family Medical Leave Act, or any absences back at your schools that may uniquely identify our staff members. We want to refrain from those as well. Without further ado, please welcome Principal Ron Garlington from Jean Charles Young.
Thank you, Derek. Good afternoon, everybody. It is great to go first because Young being the last letter of the alphabet, well, one of the last letters, I'm usually last. So now I get to, is that loud? I'm just so excited, y'all. I get so, Barbara Shea, I'm gonna talk slow. You're the one that helps me to do that. And I get y'all first before y'all get warmed up with these questions. So I'm glad to be first. And I will ask, okay, good. My first need is thank you, Derek. So I'm Ron Garlington, principal at Jean Charles Young Middle School, and we're making great progress with our IB program. So we are really excited. If you look at number 3 here, our IB consultation visit is actually in about 6 weeks. And we are gearing up and we are preparing for that because we are expecting to be authorized in another year and a half. And we're really proud of the fact that we're working very closely with Mays High, and we're in a partnership for that IB NYP program, and that's going really well with us. We have started integrating the IB themes and concepts into the PLCs, and so you're seeing it in the instruction inside the classroom. We're really proud of that as well. Somebody turned this down, didn't you? Did somebody turn this down on me? Okay, y'all, okay, I got you. I'm gonna still talk loud, but. Okay, let me get serious. And then our monthly IB celebrations, we're really happy about that. It gets the students really excited, as well as the staff members excited about the different character traits. And then the fact that the IB, again, you'll see that embedded in our core, not at a great level, but at the beginning stages of embedded into our core content. Where we certainly have some areas of growth would be with the actual IB unit implementation. We have just written our units, and we're just really starting to implement those. So we're at the beginning stages. So still need some help and some assistance with helping to shape what that's going to look like and to make sure we're doing that with fidelity. And then just the IB language throughout the school, because again, we're new. We've been through this process for a while, but we're still new at this, just making sure that that's embedded in everything that we do across the school. So when we talk about our vacancies, we're struggling with vacancies right now, y'all, and the only one that's actually on here that had been on there since the beginning of the year would be that math ESOL one. We just could not find a math ESOL person. It's a unicorn. So we've been struggling with that. But the other ones that you see on here are actually individuals who have left sometime between, or resigned or promoted or whatever, sometime between November and January-ish. So when you look at REP Math, Math 8, Science 8, and Music, these are individuals that have been promoted, resigned, or for personal reasons just have not returned. And we have not been able to fill those vacancies. We've been looking, searching across the country, worldwide, and it's been a struggle. So we've had to mitigate that internally, and we've done a pretty good job of that with our instructional coaches and other teachers within the building to make sure we don't miss a beat with that. So that's the snapshot.
Got a quick, it's on. It's on? It is. Could you elaborate a little bit more about the partnership between the school and Mays High School?
Yeah, so IB NYP is a 6 through 10 program. So what we've done, we've partnered with Mays so that the training, the vertical teaming, we're actually doing that in conjunction with Mays. So we're actually walking through the IB authorization process together. So they will also be authorized in IB NYP at the same time that we are, because we're actually doing it together. All of our paperwork, our training, our collaboration, the vertical teaming, PD, I mean, all of that, even with the coordinators working together to make sure that that's happening, that's what that's looking like. So we're on the same track with them. We're working together.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if I talk or is this where the questions start?
All right.
Okay.
Hey, Ron, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. So let's talk a little bit about your attendance for whole child intervention. So as we look at your attendance take rate, great job. I see that you have more teachers taking attendance, more than last fall. So keep pushing, glad to see that. And so your attendance, your ADA attendance rate went down slightly. So we know that the more your teachers take attendance in each of the individual core classes in middle school, the more accurate your attendance is going to be. So talk a little bit about your students not chronically absent. So the number went from 74.7 to 62.2. And of course, we wanted to go the other way. So talk about some of the challenges and some of the things that you're doing specifically to address student attendance.
I'm glad you asked that, because if you didn't, you see the highlights, I would have brought that up had you not. I just want to point out, because as you dig deeper into our data, when you look at the students not chronically absent, you see in the highlights that I've got here, these sections right here, you know, when I dug deeper, about 25% of those students who are chronically absent, 25 are actually at 88 to 90% attendance. So they're right there on the cusp, and we know exactly who those students are. Additionally, about 15% of those students, they're just not enrolled in Young anymore. They're no longer are, so there's not a whole lot and I don't know if they still rest in that data, or if I don't know how that looks, but they're just not with us anymore. We know who every single one of the students are who have several days of absence, and we've just to be quite frank with you, we've had a lot of students, and if you look on this highlight right here, we have students that it says doctor's appointment. When we surveyed our students and parents, we said, what's the number one cause? What are the causes for why students are absent from school? You see it says doctor's appointment. That was number one overwhelmingly in 2 school surveys that we did. But it's not doctor or dentist, it's sometimes mental health. It is chronic sickness or illness. I mean, to the point that students are hospitalized for a couple of weeks at a time in some cases, and we've certainly had that, and Dr. Goodwine can attest to this, with students with concerns who have just been hospitalized for a couple of weeks at a time, and so that speaks to a lot of our absences as well. So we know who they are. There's mitigation factors in place to address them, but the absences don't cease because of some of the concerns that are just happening with them. But we can tell you every student.
Great. So I love the fact that you surveyed parents and students. So talk a little bit about the fact how you're leveraging telehealth, because I know you said in your comments that kids are absent for doctor's appointments. So how are you leveraging our Hazel telehealth at Young? And then if you could speak to the work around your care team and your student attendance committee.
Yeah, so telehealth works very closely with our DEN. So the DEN, you know, everything that's mental health or any sort of appointments that can take place in the school, they take place in the school. But again, it says doctor's appointment, but when you dig deeper, it's actually not doctor's appointments. These are hospitalizations. So it's not just doctor's appointments that are causing that. But certainly we leverage telehealth as well as our DEN to make sure that, you know, our mental health providers are right there in the building, or telewise, whatever, just virtual, to make sure that we're getting those services to the kids so that they're not having to be out of the building. Care team and attendance team. So again, those are pretty much the same people for the most part, but they meet weekly. And though they meet weekly, there's a lot of conversation that takes place daily about the students who are having attendance issues or some other sort of issues that are causing them to not be successful in school, whatever that may be. So the conversations are robust. They're often, they're frequent, they take place all the time. Everybody's involved, from the assistant principal, the principal. I'm in most of those as well. And we are having conversations about those things that are stopping students from being successful and from being in school. And it's different. There's nothing general about it, because it is different per student, because we have students with just different concerns, and it runs the gamut too. We are finding that we are having students with situations that just runs the gamut, from familial issues to other concerns, health, you name it, it just runs the gamut. So those conversations, they help us to mitigate and to eliminate what those concerns are so that we can get them in school and help them to be successful.
Okay, thank you. So we'll jump to the data.
So looking at your math data, let's start there. It looks like you are decreasing the number in the middle. So you have increased the green and also increased the red. You're increasing on both ends. Can you speak to specifically what you are doing? I know observations are a big part of your plan. What are you seeing in classrooms, and how are you providing support to address any opportunities of growth that you see?
Yeah, we are keeping our feet on the gas, and this is very much a district trend, especially when you look at that red. Even when Dr. Maxwell showed it, it's very much a district trend about that red increasing. What we found is that, we just had a conversation about this morning with my instructional coaches. Between the fall and the winter, we find that we take that fall data and we just create our plan. We figure out exactly what the next steps are going to be in the classroom based on what the data is telling us. We see about a 5 to 6 month period between the fall and when we actually start seeing, we're not surprised about the data, because we see by the time we do the spring, we'll see that those mitigation factors that we have in place are starting to actually kick in through the observations, the PLCs, the intervention block, the small groups, which we in the 10-day lesson cycle. So we're not surprised that there was a dip, because after we look at the first set of map data, we know what our plan is. And it just doesn't give enough time for it to actually take place and hit traction by the time we do the winter map. So that's not surprising to us. But we have not stopped what we've already been doing. We still follow a STAP, though we've been exited from the CSI list. We still follow a short-term action plan. We call it a transition plan, but it's just a short-term action plan with the intervention block, it being the foundational piece of our instruction at that beginning of the day. The PLCs, just making sure that they're taking place and that what's happening in there is translating to the classrooms. We just continue doing what we've been doing. And our internal data is saying that we're on track. And I do want to point right here, you see I put all my notes on here, but our end of year goals, it's green right there because even with that last map data, the last set of map data, we are currently meeting our end of year goals based on where we stand right now. So not where we want to be because we still want some more proficiency and we want the red to decrease. However, I do want to highlight the fact that we are meeting our end of year goals and we're also, as far as our growth, the growth has not stopped because we're still #1 as far as the traditional middle schools in ELA and math for our growth data, the actual students achieving their growth targets.
Great, thank you. So really quickly, can you speak to your Amplify implementation and so what role you're playing and your leadership team in observing Amplify? I know that you just had a visit from Amplify, so what did you find out from that visit? Yeah,
we found out that everything that we knew was reinforced during that visit. And Dr. Florence and I were just talking about this. She was just beating me up a little while ago. Not really, but just, not beating me up, but just having, no, we had a honest conversation. And I shouldn't have said this. This is being recorded, isn't it? Dr. Goodwine and I had a robust conversation. No, we had a really good conversation. And again, and as I was sharing in that conversation, it's not a surprise what the Learning Walk showed us. We have been struggling in a couple of areas, and just, for example, student ownership. There's always been a concern for us. Everything that came out in that Learning Walk, it's not surprising. The thing that's a little discouraging for us is the fact that when we had our first Amplify Walk, those issues were not in place. However, due to some vacancies, due to FMLA situations, due to some, and you'll hear me talk about this in my knees, some just enrollment and students onboarded every day, there's been some inconsistency with some of our teaching practices that are taking place in the classrooms, which now we're trying to figure out how do we address that. And that's what we're in the process of doing. So when we have the data in front of us, I don't think anybody does as good a job. Maybe you match us, but as far as looking at what the data is and addressing it, I think we do a fine job of that. So we've been having conversations about that, and we already know what that's going to look like.
And so, Ron, just really quickly, so for Amplify, how often are you all looking at that usage data?
We look at it every day, but formally in the PLCs with the teachers. Every week in the PLCs, but we look at it every day.
Great, thank you.
So System 44 is your one call out.
Yep.
Talk about what you are seeing there and what you are doing to ensure that that time gets to the 15 minutes that are needed.
We are getting those kids to school because when we dug deep in our System 44 data, we are realizing that those are the students with chronic absences. We have about 41 kids in System 44, and the vast majority of them that are not meeting their targets, when you look down to the student level, they are students that have chronic absences. And so it's a matter of making sure that we're mitigating and eliminating those factors that are causing them not to be in school. Because when we're in school, the students, they're on the platform, and our data overall looks pretty good rather. Even our System 44 data improved from the last time I was standing in front of you. However, that is our area of concern right now in terms of just the students being in school to be able to log on and to be there.
Are there any other opportunities throughout the day for them to, when they are there, to use the platform?
There are opportunities, however, we do focus on that beginning of the day. There are opportunities, but it's not like the student is gone in the morning time and then they come in later on. So if they're gone, they're gone. It's not like they don't come in at 5th period or 4th period. They're just not there. These are some of the students that I mentioned earlier with the chronic absences. Many of those students are in that category.
All right, Ron, so let's talk a little bit about your subgroup population. So do you have more than 10 Hispanic students at your school?
I do.
Okay, so talk a little bit about the growth that you've seen in math from fall to winter, and the percentage of students who are proficient. And they stayed about the same in reading. So talk about what strategies you have in place for supporting your Hispanic students.
Yeah, first of all, we have a great, even though we're down, if you looked at the vacancies, we're down a math ESOL teacher. However, we have a wonderful ESOL department within the school led by Ms. Adams. I got to give her a shout out. And so what this looks like is, number one, we are finding that many of our students that are in the subgroup, they weren't coming to school, or when they were coming to school, they were not engaged. They did not feel engaged. So we have literally had a drive where we've gone out to the community and engaged them and had a lot of pop-ups and giveaways and things like that and getting them into the school. Even simple thing, which we've not experienced this a lot of young, but translation services and everything being translated in print, just everything, making it accessible, that's made a big difference for us. So now that we've got the students engaged, they're more actively involved and they're more successful. And it's really as simple as that. And it's to the work of the ESOL department getting our students engaged, and that's why we're seeing some traction with those students in their school building.
Okay, let's move into the needs.
Yes. I can just jump in? So just some support around special education, I don't know exactly, I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but that is certainly a subgroup that we're struggling with this subgroup of special ed. And from PL to in the school, working with our teachers and teaching, modeling the co-teaching model, all those types of things with our special ed department, because that is certainly an area of concern for us and an area of need. With projections, we had a projection of 701 at the beginning of the year. By FTE time, we had 720, and right now we're sitting at about 760 with a couple of new students registered. So some conversation and some consideration given into the projection formula, because my fear is that next year we're projected to be 696, and I'm certain that we're going to end up with about 760 kids again, and we don't have funding, nor do we have the staffing to accommodate them, and because we've not been funded for it. So certainly some conversation about how we're getting this projections formula is killing us right now for the last 3 years. The address verification process, very specifically, since the beginning of, since January, we've had about an influx of about 30 students to enroll inside the district, outside the district, out of state. And this is just, it's really causing us to try to reset, constantly reset. For the teachers, they're getting very frustrated with it. And so when I say address verification process, just some help and support and some conversation about ensuring that the students that are attending and that are registering are actually in our school zone. Because I strongly suspect that some of them, when I'm seeing them at the bus stop, going somewhere across town, and then you ask the student and they slip and they tell you something, but then they've got the affidavit of residency and they've got this lease that looks fake, to be quite honest with it. And again, and that goes back to even when we talk about that, some of our data and that slip, that's because we're not getting traction in some of those classrooms because we're constantly having to reset. And our teachers are frustrated. They have voiced this. They're frustrated about that. And then finally, funding. We are fortunate in that we have exited the CSI list, which is awesome. With that, well, thank you. But the negative side of that is that we start losing funding to the tune of about $200,000 or more every year. It wasn't so bad this year, but next year we lose another couple of $100,000 at the same time that we lose CARES funding. So right now I'm in the red with my budget. It'll be green by the time we get done this week, by Friday, as the deadline is Friday. But just some kind of creative ways and some discussion about what are some ways that we can help to lose all these funds, like $600,000 by the time actually $800 for us by the time all is said and done, but still provide the quality services in the school that got us off the list and that is finding us number one on the growth list for MAP, and achievement levels are increasing, because otherwise we go right back to where we were before because we don't have the ability to sustain that. So a sustainability plan with that funding.
All right, thank you, Ron. And so I just want to let you know that we are hiring for the instructional support for special education. It'll be one per associate superintendent, so we're hoping to onboard them, but we have a couple of them in your schools, and so we have to wait until the end of the year, but you will have instructional support for special education coming up.
Awesome, thank you, and I've been waiting for that. That's awesome, thank you.
And my question won't give a solution to the funding need, but heard and received, and certainly some thoughtfulness there. I'm just curious, I can't recall if Long has a corporate partner or not.
Young, and we don't.
I said Young, sorry. I said Long, but you don't.
We've got a bunch of partnerships, but not a corporate sponsor. We've got, a lot of partnerships that are for churches and small businesses,
Right,
but not a corporate sponsor.
one.
We're definitely in need of one.
So I got one question that I think everyone would want to know. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to be going in a couple days?
Actually, I leave here.
And what are you going to be doing?
So leave here this afternoon actually to go to Tucson to present at a conference. The name of it's escaping me right now, but to present at a conference regarding instruction and what are some of the strategies that we did to exit the CSI list, and what's successful for us. So I actually will leave here, go home, change, and fly out, and I'll be gone until Friday to present on that. It's the team and I, so we're excited about that as well. So thank you, and Dr. Maxwell, thank you for that opportunity, and Sarita, thank you for the opportunity, because you all created that for us.
Good job, yay.
All right, thank you. So now is my time to tell jokes. Is this the time for that now?
Thank you, Principal Garlington. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Principal Kimberly Whitfield from Ralph Bunche Middle School.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Kimberly Whitfield, the proud principal of Ralph Johnson Bunche Middle School. I am proud to say that we do not have any vacancies. Last time I was here for ACES. I was caught in my feelings about a Spanish teacher vacancy. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for escalating the process, Dr. Herron. She is phenomenal. She started the first day of second semester. She fits right in. Our staff and our students love her. All right, some glows about our IB program. We have increased the number of students that we are highlighting each month, and the students take the ownership of the celebration each month. So previously, we only had one student per grade level, plus our autism unit of students that we were celebrating for meeting the IB learner profile traits. We now do one per team per grade level, and then we celebrate those students by inviting their parents to a breakfast. The students, we have every month a French and a Spanish speaker to share what they are learning in the French and Spanish classes that we have at Bunche. The thing that's important about that is helping to buy in. There's a perception in our cluster that IB feels like it's been done to us instead of parents investing. So students will be supported by their parents when they're celebrated. They hear the benefits of the IB program, and then they go out to their neighbors and say, this is the benefit. We're working towards scholarships, working to grow our students for IB. And it makes us competitive with some of our neighboring clusters in other districts. One of the grows, we need to increase our vertical teaming, which we've already started with Darrell High School and with our elementary feeder schools. We have a new IB specialist. She's not new to the work, but she has a different perspective, different lenses to help us get out and work with our feeder schools, elementary and high school. So we're gonna be doing more vertical teaming, and we're gonna be educating our parents, having more IB nights to let them see what IB has to offer.
Actually, let's start there. So the IB nights and the vertical articulation, something that I'm really interested in, is that the way that you all are planning together and the way that it looks to the community. Is there going to be opportunities for elementary, middle, and Thurl and the high school to have these IB nights? Is there joint collaboration? So will they see kind of a unified cluster?
Definitely. So what we spoke about most recently Friday, the Thurl team and I and my team met Friday morning, was having those parent nights where they come and see what Bunche is offering, how it's aligned to what Thurl offers, so that there are not any gaps in the communication with our community.
Okay, I'll go ahead and jump in here, if that's okay. Okay. All right, so looking at your attendance, I see that the take rate is moving in the right direction, which is great, getting up there to closer to 100%. We know that gives us our accurate data, right? And then so let's take a look at our students not chronically absent. I would love to hear some of the challenges just between fall and spring, but also call out, up year over year, right? I know it's not apples to apples, but we're seeing some things in place are working. So let's just talk about what's working. What are the challenges? Next steps.
Okay. I'll start with the challenges. I am not proud of our suspension rate, but this is our reality. Our behaviors, some of them, are egregious. It does not come from one subgroup. It does not come from any particular gender. Our crisis team, an attendance team, our counselors, our DISPRO coach, our hall support, our counselors, we've all gotten trained in restorative practices. Our students come to school angry, like literally step off the bus and they've already had a fight. As you've seen in the news, our cluster specifically is traumatized. We have homelessness. We have all kinds of reasons for the emotions the big emotions that our students carry to school. We're doing our best, but at the same time, I have to provide safety and a learning environment for the 80% who does the right thing. So we do have family ties, the therapy services provided in our school. We did get recognized recently for having a high number of students referred for telehealth. We have a grade level counselor for every grade level. And like I said, our Dispro coach, our hall support, we're all in to help our students be their best selves. But honestly, it's not easy. It's not easy.
And I just want to appreciate the honest and candid and truthful reality. And just even some collective opportunity for all of us to be thoughtful about how we might push in for that level of support. And the moment you shared, you said our community, and of course what happens in our community comes inside of our schools. But even since the holiday break, the level of issues that we've had to manage for within the community, so oftentimes when it's our scholars, it's headline, or it's headline regardless, but when we feel it, that headline is hit. And I think I've made more home phone calls to express condolences within the Darrow cluster than a few others. And so without making it even a greater point around that, just some thoughtfulness for us to think about, how do we help the community help the school? And that's not a responsibility for you to answer in isolation. That's something for all of us to be thought partners around. I just wanted to name that as well. Good to hear the restorative practice approach, and yet impactful to hear they get off the bus angry, because I know you're right. Yeah, it's the truth. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question about SEL, and I know that at middle school, I know you all have SEL in different forms. You may do it in a full block. So if you could just talk a little bit about how you're leveraging SEL to be able to help support some of that anger that kids are experiencing when they get off the bus.
Okay, so we hired a phenomenal paraprofessional for ISS. We don't use ISS right now in the traditional sense of students reporting to a room, but our ISS paraprofessional literally is everywhere, being proactive and reactive. So he's talking to students. He's aware of their nonverbal communication. How can I help you? He is bridging that gap between the student and the teacher, giving the teacher a heads up before they get to the classroom, and just helping them manage their emotions. We've started doing a lot of modeling. So when you go back to the teacher, what conversation are you going to have? What tone are you going to have? What are you going to say? Okay, so let's practice it. Practice it again. Now go into the classroom. And we also have them writing letters of apology when they've offended a classmate or a teacher.
Gotcha. So are you using Second Step, the program for
definitely.
SEL?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it full school? Is it
It's
in the
full
morning
school.
for advisement? Is that
Yes,
what?
ma'am.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so looking at your data, I see in your CNI slide that you listed monitoring implementation of Amplify for math. What does that look like for ELA? I see several strategies listed there, but what does actual implementation of Amplify look like for ELA?
So it pretty much looks the same. We've just been more intentional with math. We are almost joined at the hip with Joe and Ashley Garner. So it's very, very intentional in the PLCs. No, let's practice. No, you are going to practice student discourse. This is what it looks and feels like. We do that in ELA as well, but just not with as much intention. So we do professional learning in our staff meetings, definitely in our PLCs, and every second Tuesday we do vertical content professional learning. So I forgot your question. What does it look like in ELA? So in ELA, we're making sure we're on pacing pretty much, whereas we're going more in depth with the strategies in math.
What support do you need to ensure that that red is moving the other way? That 10% increase kind of scares me some. What support do you need from us to be able to move that in the right direction?
Excellent question. So we this year have 1.5 ESOL teachers. I know that our numbers are decreasing, but some of our ESOL students are dual served. One thing I would love to have is PSYOP training for our teachers. If there was a magic wand to keep that 0.5 ESOL teacher so that she could provide strategies in the math classes, that's where our ESOL students are not achieving.
So who's giving feedback to the teachers on a consistent basis around the Amplify implementation?
We all are.
Okay.
The instructional coach, assistant principals, myself, Joe and his team.
Gotcha.
So just speak to, again, your support, your monitoring. System 44, you're going to hear me say that a lot because that's our district area of opportunity. Just speak to how you're monitoring, what you're seeing with that implementation.
So I just want to celebrate us for a second. We have gotten better with our usage. We have. And then a strong ask, clarification, rather. So we started behind first semester, but we are implementing Read 180, Math 180, and Systems 44. But I'm told because the average is calculated from the beginning of the year, we will never catch up. So my clarifying question is, could there be a reconsideration of just looking at it weekly?
That's what we've asked you to do. Keep
Okay.
your eyes on that home screen dashboard. It tells you last week, the last 4 weeks, and for the year.
So we're looking at it.
Okay, keep your eyes on that.
Okay, we're looking at it.
That's what we look at too.
So for clarification, was the ask a part of your report out, correct? I heard your response, Dr. Florence, but was the ask a part of what, would your report out look different if,
Yes,
right? That's
perfect
what I'm
question.
tracking, right?
Would the data look different if it's viewed here weekly instead of
That
the
part.
average going back to the beginning of
Or
the year?
some other start point, I'm not sure, but just, when I heard
Thank
you say
you.
we would never, that's the clarification I thought you were looking for. So, or do we need to come back to that?
So it would look different if you're looking at just last week. Yes, it's going to look different from the entire year. So this data that we're looking at on here may always reflect the entire year, but we're asking you to keep your eyes on just what happened in the last week, the last month. That's what we can control for right now.
Got
So
it.
on down on this end, we're thinking
So change the
different.
reporting, change what we use this
Semester
year.
versus the year.
No, it doesn't start over for the semester.
No, can you do a report that says, here's the full year,
And then here's the semester, correct.
so it'll be two?
We're gonna take that back and
Thank
noodle
you.
on that and figure that.
Thank you.
So I know you talked a little bit about the ESOL, and I think of those your Hispanic and Latino students, you have more than 10, right? Because you have 1.5 teachers, so I know that you have. So you talked a little bit about your needs related to that, and so are there other supports that you're putting in place to support the Hispanic learners? Because I see the dip, the significant dip from fall to winter for both math and reading. So if you could just revisit that really quickly.
And I just want to clarify, our ESOL population is not just Hispanic students.
Gotcha, perfect. Okay. So your Hispanic and Latino students, you have more than 10, right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So can you speak to this data and what you all are doing for those specific students who are Hispanic?
So for those students, during the course of first semester, we lost our parent liaison. Lost for a good reason for her. She got a promotion. So we now have another parent liaison that's going to help us be more intentional in inviting Latino families into our building. We're going to be more intentional about making sure that they understand their value in our community and the importance of data and coming to tutorial.
Great. So can you speak to specifically instructionally what you all are doing at the school for the students? I love the fact that you're talking about families and empowering them. So what are you doing at Bunch specifically to target your Hispanic students and support them instructionally?
Great question. So we have not been intentional with our Latino families. We've been intentional with our SWD population. So we've recently done the SDI training. We're making sure that all of our teachers know about the different co-teaching models. But with the same intention for our special ed population, we will start being more intentional with our Hispanic students.
Gotcha. Are the majority of your Hispanic students in the intervention block or course at your school?
Yes.
Okay, and they're the ones that are getting on System 44 and math? No?
They're on Math 180, Read 180, but
Okay.
majority, no, not Systems 44.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Let's move into need, please, for time.
Okay, so I know we're always supposed to keep it short, but I want to say thank you again. Everything I've asked for, we've gotten for our students. So I'm going to go quickly. So some of it I've already mentioned. PSYOP training and support for our ELL students in math. I want to keep in front of everybody the need for making sure that we're identifying students properly who have major behaviors when they transition from the elementary school. So we have some behaviors that we cannot manage, but we have gotten the support to make sure that we have BIPs and FBAs for those students, but it would be great if they came to us with those, because the process is lengthy to get the support, but we've gotten the support. Providing allocations for Read 180 and Math 180. So in a perfect world, if that could be a class instead of an intervention block, that would be great. New Teacher Cafe. So 1/3 of my staff is either a first-year teacher or between years 1 and 3 and new to Bunch or APS. The new Teacher Cafe is not conducive for middle school hours. So even though they transitioned it to virtual for this month, it begins at 4:15. Our instructional day ends at 4:15. So our staff is still in front of students until 4:45. That's when the buses have all cleared campus. So if there could be some innovation with that to help our middle school new teachers, because we have done a really good job of retaining our staff, and I need them to stay. Going back to the SEL for our students, it's unbelievable, but we have witnessed and they have told us the students are purposely breaking their devices, purposely throwing it at students because they're angry. Would I be supported in asking a parent for a monetary restitution? If there could be a policy, district policy about that, so I'm not out there on my own. That's the gist.
So yes, I want to first thank you for sharing your needs, and just want to let you know that you're right on with the New Teacher Cafe that we're working with in our IDD department, and so we're going to take that on the road, and I think it's going to be cluster based so that we have the time, and I think you might have given that feedback to Aaliyah and her team before, so they have a plan for making sure that every cluster we can pull all the new teachers, working with HR to pull all the new teachers at different times by grade band to be able to work with them and support them as well. And I think there was another piece around the intervention block class, of course, and so just know that that is a choice that you have as principals, so you can choose as a middle school to do it as a block or as a course, and so I don't know what it was like before when you came to Bunch. It might have been in a block, so we can talk to you about transitioning that and managing that if that's what you want to do, so just know that we're here to support you.
I definitely want to do it, I just need the funding.
So we get, okay.
I'm sorry? Additional teachers.
So yeah, we'll talk about the budget, because all of you all got money for, you got money for staffing through CARE. So we'll talk to you about that and look at that budget, okay?
Last thing, I'm just gonna put myself out there on a limb. Just like we have many new teachers in middle school, we have several new middle school principals. When we have our district principal meetings, I could selfishly ask for us to have middle school principal time carved out. Our issues are unique. There's nothing wrong with the setup of the the principals meetings now. I just selfishly ask, could we have our own brainstorming session to support each other with intention?
So you selfishly ask, and you shall receive this Thursday. There is time allotted for the middle school affinity group for Thursday's meeting.
I did not know that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Whitfield. Please welcome to the podium Dr. Dominique Merriweather from Willis Sutton Middle School.
Thank you, Derek. So starting off, at Sutton this year, we have one vacancy. We recently had our program administrator to retire, and so we are looking to fill that vacancy effective immediately, where we have interviews happening this week. And so that is the only vacancy that we have. Moving forward, our GLOW, I want to talk about our signature program, our IB program. We have so many resources for teachers, for our families, that is a main glow, regarding our financial and virtual resources that we have. Additionally, we do partner with North Atlanta High School on several occasions when looking to do PL with our teachers. Additionally, this has been buy-in from the entire school community, not just Sutton in the building, but our parents are bought in, our students. We have business partners who are bought into this. And so we are excited that we acknowledge our students monthly. We are having celebrations for them. We are bringing in families. We are also bringing in our partners outside to support what we're doing in the language in terms of IB. And also, we have a great established environment regarding IB as far as empowering our teachers, getting our teachers to see that IB is truly just good teaching. It's not anything extra. It's not anything that we're adding to your plate. But if we look at our APS 5 and we talk about personalized learning, that's what IB is, really making certain our teachers continue to understand that and using those best practices. And so that is another GLOW for us. Now, as far as a GROW, our MYP assessments, the rigor of our MYP assessments as we are working in collaboration with North Atlanta High School, that is something that we are looking to strengthen. What exactly we are looking at when our MYP, for example, language and literature, producing text, that is something that we want to make sure that we are giving our students that opportunity with the MYP assessments for IB, and we are looking at as a growth area. And so that's pretty much it regarding our signature programming.
Dominique, let's look at your attendance data for this school year, and we can see that attendance take rate has been, pretty much on track. In terms of students not chronically absent, a slight dip, but also we've seen about a 5 percentage point increase year over year. Again, not apples to apples. What's working? What's changed over the course of of this year that you're seeing that is paying some dividends?
Absolutely, and so this year that we're seeing is we are pulling our CARES team together and our attendance team. We are meeting with them weekly, and more specifically, this isn't just looking at a number of, hey, this is where we are 82% of our students not chronically absent, but identifying those students, being able to look at the data, but also make those phone calls, incentivize the students on wanting to get to school, but working with our social worker, working with the nurse. We do have several students who receive hospital homebound services due to other things they have happening to them personally. And so those are just some things, bringing the team weekly together, making certain that we are identifying those students, but also case-by-case scenario, what is it that those students need in order to get to school and be productive.
Just curious, so what incentives are working, just to call out for, for the edification of the group there? What have you found to be most compelling?
Absolutely. So the most compelling thing, we have something at Sutton called the Cougar Store. And so typically between using that store, which is really a stamp card, and when students are caught in the action of doing something extremely well in class or helping a peer, they get a stamp. At the end of the month, they get to go to the Cougar Store. And so like I tell the parents, there's probably stuff they shouldn't eat, like Takis and candy and all that good stuff. But we do offer them, hey, this will be an incentive at the end of the week. In addition to that, we are giving them specific lunches. And so many of the kids, they're a fan of Chick-fil-A. They're a fan of having a presenter come to the school and actually speak to them. And so really just offering them extra incentives from food, which works at the middle school level, is such a weird area and space to be in as far as a student. And so just really hearing from students, seeing some things that they like, and then making sure that we are able to meet and honor some of those things.
Dr. Merriweather, with that same vein, talk about your suspension rate, the lowness of your suspension rate for middle school.
Yes, ma'am. And so I will tell you, with 1,600 kids, it can be a challenge. We have our issues at Sutton, and so the reality of it is that we have an environment, and we're created one where we're taking a restorative approach to many of our situations. It's not just come in our office, we're sending you home, but having those intentional conversations with our students, but also looping in the parents as well. It's one thing to have the students in front of us, but being able to bring the parents inside, not just a quick 5-minute conversation as a checkbox, but really able, hey, we want you part of this conversation because it truly takes a village. In addition to that, just the level of expectation that we have. Again, we are incentivizing our students. I feel like for so long at Sutton, we focused on like that 0.5% of students doing things they should not do, but we've had an intentional focus on having more pep rallies, having parties for the kids, having those after-school events to let that 99% know that we see you. We acknowledge what you're doing, and we have this thing called the Sutton Way, but when you are exhibiting our IB learner profile attributes, we're acknowledging those students and we are rewarding them, and it's kind of becoming a domino effect. And so the work is not easy, but again, we are taking things one day at a time, and we are having those intentional conversations. So one other thing about this, if you look at my subgroup data, my black students are at 0.41%. And so similar to this, we have our counselors, we have a behavior specialist, and then we also do have our APs where they're pulling small groups. And so when we talk about supporting those students, SEL is a critical time where we have 60 minutes carved out to really talk about some of those strategies that's happening. How do we model for students, and more specifically, allowing students to model for each other what's appropriate, what's not, or this is something I had done in class, how can we be reflective in a sense? What will we do differently? And so we've really seen a major benefit of using our second step curriculum with SEL with some of this data.
Great, thank you.
All right, looking at your map data, speak to specific action steps you have seen or used to address that bottom 23% it looks like now from fall to spring.
Absolutely. And so at Sutton, before, I will tell you and be very transparent, we always just looked at things as a number. Hey, this is our 23%, our bottom 25. But more specifically, what we've done this year is an intentional focus, knowing who those students are. So when we talk about APS 5 and we talk about personalizing learning, what does that look like? And so in our POCs, we have personalized learning plans for students where we are mapping our students from their MAP performance to weekly formatives and their assessments, and we're looking what supports and strategies are in need. And so we've done this year, we have our Saturday Success Academy. And so we've intentionally reached out to families, reached out to those students in that 23% as well as that 37%, and every Saturday they're able to get additional support in ELA and math. And so stemming back to the POCs, knowing who those students are, but also what are some supports that can be given and done, and especially I know you're probably going to ask me about Amplify, but also looking at our Amplify ELA and math, and so I'll slow down for a second so we can get to that Amplify piece.
Thank you, Dominic. How did you know I was going to ask you about Amplify implementation? I know that the Amplify team came to Sutton, and so I know that you are a new principal, and I think more teachers than not at your school were observed implementing Amplify, so thank you for that. Keep pushing to get even more, but really appreciate it. I know it's hard and different, so just wanted to say that. But if you could talk about monitoring and expectations around Amplify would be great.
Absolutely, and so I'm glad to say that we're no longer in a space of just monitoring for implementation. That's happening, I can say, in full transparency, all grades throughout the building. And so at this point, we're just looking at that support with the curriculum. And so with having Lindell Coker come for math and our others for ELA, we've had some great visits. And so with that, when being in those classrooms, monitoring Amplify, we don't have instructional coaches at Sutton. We are looking to bring them back for next school year, but having teacher leaders in the classroom, those teachers who aspire to be instructional coaches when we talk about building that leadership pipeline, giving them that space, but also too having the APs in front of this work as well. And so they have a level of expectation where they are doing both formal and informal observations in classrooms. And more specifically, we've seen a big push, I don't know if you've seen on Twitter, but we do something called Lesson of the Week. And so that's an intentional focus where we are in classrooms, we are looking at what's happening for students, and again, this surface level of implementation, we're beyond that. How are we supporting those subgroups? Dr. Florence, when you go back to that 23% that you mentioned, what are those students getting in the classrooms in ELA and math to really move that data? And so that's just a focus that we are having regarding just successful implementation. And so next step that we are looking to do is we're going to have our in-house videos of Amplify being done, those exemplar teachers using it the right way, because I'll be honest as well, when parents reach out to us about Amplify and they have their concerns, and Dr. Florence is smiling because I have quite a few parents who have reached out, in some cases complaining, but we want our own kind of in-house support system. This is what your kids are getting. They have this narrative, and it's a false narrative that, hey, they're just on computers and they're sitting there, and that's not the case. And so we think by highlighting those teachers who are exemplars using it, we'll see more benefits, and then we'll also bridge that connection with the parent community and the school.
Thank you, and I just want to add this. There are other urban districts using Amplify that just brought it on board as well. I think Dallas Independent School District, that is much larger than APS, they're having some of the same growing pains. So just know that parents everywhere, teachers everywhere are being challenged by Amplify. So I appreciate your support for it.
Absolutely, and just to kind of chime in quickly, although we do have our math data, and we're looking at our Amplify data weekly, those data conversations happening in classrooms, we see growth. And for me, when I get in front of my parents, these are the numbers, and you can't argue the numbers. And so looking at those assessments, looking at those exit slips that students are doing, our students are doing the work, and we are seeing gains. And so for me, it's kind of like it's going to be Christmas time when we have the milestones, because we are looking forward to our results and just showing parents kind of like that drop the mic type thing, like this is the data. This is what our teachers have been working so hard to accomplish, and here it is.
Okay.
And that's tied to implementation and monitoring. Thank you.
All right, so just speak to your System 44 data. Math 180, so the team is now sending me the last 4 weeks and last week so I can see your green bars. So Math 180 does look good for the last 4 weeks. But just speak to System 44 and what you are seeing in those classrooms, and how are you making sure that you're going to get to that 2 days and 15 minutes? So the time is increased, but the 2 days.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you for that. And so with our Systems 44 and just the overall HMH usage, we have our challenges, and I'll get into that shortly. But honestly, I got to get my kids in the building. And so before, and I guess I'll just do it now, what I do have for you is kind of like school. If you would take one and pass one down, please. This is some data, transportation data. And so here's the thing. By no means that this is to throw anyone under the bus or anything, but this was a conversation from last time we had an ACES. And so if you look before you on that paper, you'll see we have the actual dates at the very top, but we also have over 8 and 9 buses coming in well after 9:10. In some cases, it's 10 o'clock. And so if you see this, we have this data school-wide. And so if you go to the very bottom of that page, you will see we've identified those addresses and stops where those students aren't even picked up. Those students never have a bus to show up at all. And so I get it. There's a shortage with transportation. We get it that, staffing is an issue. However, many of my students in Math 180, Read 180s, and Systems 44, those are those buses you see before you. Those are those students who truly need to be in these classes. And so when you talk about Meriwether, what are we going to do next? And so this is what we've done as a school. On Fridays, we've actually been able to pull our kids. And so those kids who are coming in on those late buses, 30 minutes late, 40 minutes late, we take about 40 of their SEL time, and we're able to pull them, give them that seat time in the platform, And so we are trying to be creative. We are looking at the flexibility. And so it's not just an every Friday, because that second step is just as important as well. But on the school side, we got to get our kids really in Systems 44, Read 180, and math. And so for next school year, just kind of forward thinking, we've already established that we're going to go ahead and pull our systems, our intervention and enrichment block. I know you mentioned it, Dr. Florence, about we have that autonomy. We're going to make ours a connections class. And so what we're going to do is make certain that it's graded. We're bringing in teachers on staff where those students will be able to get a grade for it, that seat time, 90 minutes throughout the instructional period, but also bringing in this tiered model of achievement at Sutton. And so really quick, I just want to highlight what that will look like. my goal after my staffing conference is to, again, bring in our intervention class during a connections, but as a district, if we say, hey, a focus for ours is numeracy and literacy, right? We want to be able to echo that and kind of shadow that at the schools level. And so while we already have our REP math classes, one for each grade level, we've used data to identify those students. Now we're at a point, what about our REP math classes for our students in the school? And so now, creating this adoptive model or this tiered model of based on MAP scores, some students will be scheduled and structured in that connection supportive math or supportive ELA, and then if you are on another tier, you will get the REP services in the core content areas. And so that is something that we are looking to just streamline and bring forward to the school to really provide additional support to our kids in literacy and numeracy.
So I just want to give you a kudos, Dr. Mayweather, because in spite of some of the transportation issues that you've had, you still experienced gains in your time. So kudos to you. Great job.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to, no, we're not. We're going to the data slide, Dominique. So talk a little bit about, so I noticed I'm looking from fall to winter. Your Black students, of course, from fall to winter stayed about the same for math. And then there was a slight dip for reading. And then, of course, your Hispanic students, just a slight, not even significant dip for math. But, of course, a lot more significant for your Hispanic learners in reading and a little bit more in for Black students. So can you talk about reading specifically? How are you targeting those subgroup populations of your Black students and Hispanic students to help them see growth as well?
Absolutely, and so this lends itself back to the POCs, and so this lends itself to also identifying and knowing those students. And so when I mentioned earlier about personalized learning, about those personalized learning plans, really taking a deep dive into those plans, but we do have an ESOL coordinator that we have in sight, and so having that individual come in to support some of those language learners with what they're struggling with, but more specifically, as I mentioned earlier, while this is just overall map and we have our times we take it, looking at the amplified data, looking at how students are performing weekly, but also with those two subgroups, intentionally bringing some of those work samples to the table and examining using a protocol where we unpack the student learning and then next steps for those students. And so this truly just goes back to that intentionality around supporting students based on their needs. And I said a lot of this work happens during a POC. But more specifically as a school, if we say, hey, when we're walking in classrooms and we should expect to see small group instruction, like I tell my leadership team and the staff, we're inspecting what we expect. And so more specifically, we had our PL on learning targets, those I can statements, allowing students to be able to articulate them but also understand them. And so being able to do walks, being able to go in and see students excited to show, hey, these are my learning targets. These learning targets I didn't do so well in, but this is what my teacher is doing to make certain that that happens. We have that happening in all classrooms throughout the building. And so those are just a few things happening to support some of those subgroups.
All right, Dr. Merriweather, let's go into needs.
So honestly, not many major needs. I will just ask that just a continuation of collaborative support from district leadership when we do our walks. They have been so beneficial, and so I've been speaking to a few of them. I know Director Crooms regarding what we would like at Sutton, and so for me and my teachers, when looking at the feedback, they say, hey, we have these people come into our classrooms, they look at our instruction, they give us this feedback, but the next step is, how about having those same individuals join the POCs? And so it's one thing to see the instruction and to see it real time, but also let's look at the planning of it and having those same individuals, the consistency there, I think would be beneficial. And so for the most part, this is what we have, and again, you have my transportation data, and so that is kind of an unwritten need as well. I probably should have put there in bold, but that is another need as well.
Good job, Dominique.
Thank you so much, Dr. Merriweather. Folks, please welcome Principal Kimberly Gibbs from Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School.
Good afternoon. Am I moving this? So with our signature program, we have a lot of glows to celebrate. We have a new IB specialist, and she is phenomenal. So we recently just sent 2 admin and 4 staff to LA for the IB conference. It was a great experience where some of our teachers got to really look at lesson planning, more intentional for their content areas. So we also do a monthly celebration every teacher in the building can nominate a student to be celebrated, and that student, I say nominate, but they're getting recognized, whether they're nominated. It's not a nomination. So we also we're working on IB branding so that our building, when you walk in our building, you know it's an IB building. Our learning walk we just had in January, one of our celebrations was the use of our IB language and the use of, they could see it embedded very much so in our classrooms. An area of growth is our lesson planning, but that's an area of growth all over, is making sure we're intentional about making sure we're embedding the IB into the lesson planning. We do have 2 vacancies. We have an interrelated teacher vacancy and a para vacancy right now.
I'm going to jump in here on the attendance data as I tend to do. So let's just call out the year-over-year, just incredible gains that we're seeing with our students not chronically absent. Kudos to you and your team. Speak to some of the significant shifts that you have made in practice, whether it's human capital or strategies that are leading to some of the improvement.
So you can't miss the fact that I just hired an attendance clerk who is absolutely phenomenal. So she is on top of things every single day, calling parents, calling families, getting in touch. Yes, so she's phenomenal. But also our care team and our student attendance team is very structured. We meet every Thursday for 2 hours, and we are not just talking about general data, we're talking about specific kids. And everybody on the care team has a specific caseload, and they are to bring their data from that week. Have you checked in with your student? Was your student absent this week? How many days? What did they say was happening? So we're very intentional about that meeting. I try to be at all of those meetings. It is on Thursdays, so usually that's a principal meeting. But I am usually there in the afternoon to make sure that I'm at all of those meetings. My disproportionality specialist, my MTSS specialist, all of my school counselors, my graduation coach, my behavior interventionist, all of my assistant principals, and shout out to Tia Martin, whoever sent me her, thank you very much, because I think she works for me, but she really doesn't. Is there every week on Thursdays to make sure that we're being very intentional about the students that we talk about.
And then before we jump off the slide, let's talk about looking at your, in particular, Black SWD suspension rate. Let's talk about some of the challenges that you're experiencing. What are you doing? What is the team doing to address the suspension rate?
So we got an interesting group of students this year from the elementary school, and they are in need of some very specific support that we don't necessarily have the skill to be able to support. We have a group of students that come from a resource classroom for EBD. We do not have that at King. They go out into the co-teaching classrooms. So that is very, very challenging, a very, very difficult thing to support. But I have Dr. Butler on speed dial, so I call her at least once a week. And Ms. Martin has been working with us as well. We have to put some things in place. Many of those students came without BIPs completed and without FBAs. So we're working on getting those things together. Oh, did I hit something? Sorry.
All right, so looking at your math and ELA data, I do see in your curriculum instruction slides the focus on just implementation of Amplify. Your math walk, there was some good feedback from that last week. But just speak to what you are seeing when you are observing both ELA and math and how you're supporting implementation of both ELA and math.
I have to be honest, I see great implementation of Amplify and ELA and math in my classrooms when I'm there every day. So I have a core instructional team is what I call them, and it's 10 of us. It's my 3 assistant principals, myself, my IB specialist, my VILS coach, which is ETS and everybody else's building, and my 4 instructional coaches. And the expectation is that you complete 5 walkthroughs a week. Not TEKS-related walkthroughs, just 5 walkthroughs. And we give them very specific, explicit feedback through an email about the instructional focus, the use of Amplify, and things like that. So when we're doing those walkthroughs, we see very good implementation of Amplify. We support the implementation of Amplify in my building, and it's an expectation that you're using it.
What are you seeing as opportunities for growth?
Definitely with our co-teaching and our interrelated teachers, they need more coaching, they need more training on how to better utilize themselves into the classroom, but also our regular ed teachers also need that coaching of how to better utilize them in the classroom.
Thank you again for your the great report from the implementation visit for Amplify. Thank you for monitoring and supporting your teachers and setting the expectation for it. I really, really appreciate that. And so we will jump to supporting the intervention block.
So I think System 44, again, is your one area. Math 180 is definitely there. From what we see, I think we saw 2 days and 19 minutes for Amplify, for Math 180 last week. System 44, what are you seeing there?
So those are our students who are chronically absent. Those are our students who struggle the most. Those are also our students who do not bring their laptops on purpose. Because they know that the program is on the computer, and if I don't have my laptop, then I won't be able to do it on the computer. It's not that they're not getting some type of intervention. They definitely are. They're just not doing it on the computer.
So help me a little bit with that. So they're getting some type of intervention, just not on the computer. So can you speak to that?
With the intervention, you know, they have to do half the time on the computer, half the time is direct instruction. They're getting some direct instruction, but the students just don't have their computers, and they purposely don't bring their computers. I probably have, out of my 810 kids, I probably have about 300 who don't bring computers daily.
Gotcha. So they're getting the teacher portion of the support,
Yes.
but they're not able to practice on the system.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So going into just thinking through the challenges with students not bringing devices, next steps, what would be the thought process or support potentially needed, right? To just thinking through that challenge.
So we've tried a couple of things. We've tried leaving them at the school, which also requires, I made some changes with my intervention in January. Instead of our kids going straight to homeroom and then going to intervention, they now go to their homeroom, which is their intervention, so they just stay there. But that still causes a transition because I have to go back to my homeroom that I had at 6th period and then go all the way back down to the intervention class, wherever it might be. So we've tried both ways. For some teachers, they just keep the computers in unless there's some type of homework or something like that. And we don't want to do that. We want them to take them home because we want them to do the work on the computer. But we've tried a couple of things. We've incentivized, if you have your computer today, here's a piece of candy. Like, you know, we've tried just about everything possible. But, I mean, if you guys have any suggestions, I'll take them.
How many students approximately in System 44?
I have, actually, I know that exact number. I have 23 in math, and I have, 23. No, I have, that's a lie. I have 90. System 44 is not math. I have 90.
90, okay. Just brainstorming some potential additional support. Yeah.
Which is a lot of students considering the fact that I only have 810 kids. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The third of the students who aren't bringing their laptops, I guess that's the first, I didn't know about that, definitely. Have parents been looped into those conversations as well?
Yes, so we have a really good, oh, I did it again, I'm sorry. We have a really good communication with our parents. So our staff, they're sending daily texts and emails and reminders and calls about making sure you bring your devices. We're saying it on our weekly announcements. A lot of them say, well, it's lost, or it got stolen, or, you know, and then they show up with it 2 days later.
I have a quick question about,
Yes.
so if they're not bringing their computers and they can't do the intervention, are they passing their courses in their grades?
That's a good question.
Are they, because how are they doing any work unless it's, I'm sure they're doing pencil paper, so
Yep.
how, are those 90 kids And whatever percentage of kids are not bringing their computers, I would love to know what their grade distribution looks like.
So we had this discussion actually at one of our principals' meetings about when they presented the data on Amplify and showed how many minutes and things like that. And I brought up that a lot of times it's on paper. A lot of times our students are completing it on paper because we're not going to not let them get what they need to get completed. So a lot of it is on paper, and some of them are passing. I can't say they all are because they all struggle academically.
All right, just really quickly. So let's take a look at, you have a subgroup population of white students, more than 10. Is that correct? I think
That's
so.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about this performance, their dip in math and reading, and if there's anything specific that you are doing around your white students at King?
Yes, so I've used MAP for about 10 years, and it's typical from fall to winter because the benchmark is so high for your higher performing students that they take a little dip. So many of them are my higher performing students. They did take a little dip just because the benchmark is higher for them to reach, and some of that material hasn't been taught yet to them.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Hispanic, Latino, do you have a subgroup population?
I
Can you
do.
speak to that really quickly, specifically in the area of reading? Just a little dip. What are you doing specifically for those students?
So, you said my Hispanic, Latino? Okay. So I have 2 ESL teachers right now that are doing more push-in than they are pull-out with our students. So being more intentional about that, I've been working with Miss Simmons from, what is it, CNI? Yeah, for multilingual. So she comes over, she's been coming over, we've been doing some intentional walkthroughs. I am not afraid to ask anybody to come to my building and give me some feedback and do walkthroughs for me. So we've been working a little bit more together to be more intentional about what the instruction looks like in there.
All right, awesome. Let's go into needs.
So the good news is my buses are pretty good right now. So that's the good news. It's about 4:30. I pretty much have all my buses about 4:30. We did some route shifting, and we eliminated some of the buses that we were having issues with and put them on other buses. So about 4:30, most of our buses are gone. So that's the good news. So that's not on the list. I still am in need for money for teacher incentives. My teachers are beat down. They're tired. I don't have an opportunity to celebrate them as much as I would like to. My PTA is amazing and awesome, and they help us out as much as they can, but that definitely is an area for us. And as I spoke to about our students who come from the EBD unit, we are in desperate need of support. It is a critical area of need, and any day of the week, come visit. Behavioral health consultant.
Can I ask a follow-up on the transportation?
Sure.
Okay, because and then so received on these additional needs, and we want to continue to support you in that way. So it sounds like the collaboration, the structures that ended up being put in place to help solve for those problems, was this something that you worked in conjunction with John Franklin and his team?
Yes.
Just say a little bit about
So
the process,
Dr.
because I saw a lot of eyes just to see how we worked to how did we get to the place that we're at now?
Dr. Goodwine made the suggestion that we have like a monthly kind of meeting every month to kind of see where we were with transportation. So we started to meet, and then we started to look at how many kids were on our buses and routes and things like that. And shout out to my assistant principal, he can tell you where everybody lives and where everything goes. So he was able to say, no, this bus can probably get on this bus, and this group of kids can probably get on this bus. So we were able to work that out. And I just kind of always told them how much I appreciate them, and I text them and I call them and I say, thank you so much, buses are on time. And so it's just been a really positive thing because we talk all the time. If there was a really major issue, they make sure that they text me or email or something like that. We just recently did One School, One Book, and the bus drivers all participated as well, along with John Franklin and his team.
Kudos to the relationships that you're building, and I think there's some structures here that we could scale systemically, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We also, with the transportation, so transportation meets with us about JMC schools every other month as well. So that's something that we established last year, just to make sure, because we have so many issues with our transportation. And we also noted, like Dr. Merriweather said, a lot of our kids with the highest needs are getting to school late. And they're, you know, and that's an issue. So we wanted to make sure we're trying to help that situation. And I know Young changed their time a little bit, adjusted their time a little bit to accommodate that as well.
And we didn't have as many problems in the morning as we did in the afternoon, right? Thanks.
Folks, please welcome Principal Lisa Hill from Crawford Long Middle School.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lisa Hill, proud principal of Crawford Lawn Middle School, and this time we can go straight into our signature program. So, Aglow, I am proud to stand here and share the outstanding first PBL that we had in December. It was around sustainability. I smiled because the students went all in. Also, we fused in personalized learning, so the artifacts that we got were not the traditional artifacts that you would normally get, like PowerPoints. We had some TikToks, we had flip grids, and when I tell you the buy-in of our scholars was phenomenal. Also, one additional thing that we did this year, we did a gallery walk. So a lot of times with the middle school, you're divided by floors and grade levels. So we did have, the scholars and the teachers did have an opportunity to see, and they're QR codes. So you can scan the QR codes and see live in action scholars' presentations as well. Also, in alignment with South Atlanta High School, we are transitioning from STEM being just your PBL. And what we have strategically done is partner with them to really shift and support our teachers with claim evidence reasoning, CER model. So now in all of their classes, through everything problem solving, we do CER. So we actually started, it was a huge professional development with the staff. Buy-in was phenomenal. For literacy, it ties directly into race, as well as with science, it ties directly into actually investigating. For math, directly into the word problems. For social studies, providing evidence. When I tell you that has been transformational in terms of not just seeing STEM as a thing to do, but an actual instructional model. In terms of grow, we, our coaches, assistant principals went to the Georgia PD for STEAM. And there's some angst there about how do we make this shift. That's really how we came together to decide on the claim evidence reasoning model, just better understanding the shift. Although our certification is not for additional 5 years, but making that shift in advance to go from Cognia over to the actual state certification. I'm also proud to announce that in terms of vacancies, we only have 2 special ed vacancies right now for paras. We did hire an instructional mathematics coach, which has been fabulous. And we were able to actually get an additional math teacher to fill that vacancy because we did promote from within with feedback from the district office. Thank you all so much for supporting us with that.
Great. Thank you so much, Lisa. Love the fact that you, Selena and I were talking, connected the dots between signature programming and personalized learning because they don't exist outside of each other. So I just appreciate that call out and that intentionality around pairing those two so people can see the through line. Thank you.
We'll keep it moving. All right, going into whole child and intervention. So talk a little bit about the systems and structures that you have in place to ensure that you have a 99.9% take rate, because then the data is right in middle school, right? And then we also see that while there's been some challenge from fall to spring, year over year, we're in a better place now than we were a year ago. So talk about the systems, processes, what's working. What have you shifted in the year that you're seeing where you stand?
Absolutely. So Infinite Campus Classroom Monitor is our favorite place to go. All assistant principals, all clerical staff, we have our eyes, so we check. We have our timers to go off, and we actually call in or go to a teacher's classroom. You haven't taken attendance for third period? Do it right now.
Also, we have a system where if there's a substitute teacher, immediately within the first 15 minutes of class, they take the attendance directly to the main office, and it's coded immediately. We do not leave at 3:15, 3:30. Everyone is looking, all hands on deck. Not just checking your individual grade levels, attendance, but it's all hands on deck. So that has been huge for us. Now, specifically for students not chronically absent, our attendance team, we have been digging. We have had a huge influx and high mobility since December, January of new students. In digging through that data, you know that is 10%. So if you have a scholar who comes to the school, and we have a very high homeless population, high mobility right now, and if they're there 10 days and then they're gone one, they pop up in the red. What we have been doing, our social worker, and I need to say the entire team, we have actually had to go to homes to locate. We're seeing this thing, and my colleagues are probably seeing it as well, where they just leave, like people just leave and move, and they don't contact the school. We don't know where they're going, so if you do not get a records request, like literally we're going to addresses. So in that number, we were doing good, and then all of a sudden it was a new influx of students who stay for a minute or they enroll and then we don't see them again. So we have been doing some huge data cleaning. We have actually divided. We have what we call our hot list students for attendance, and we go out to homes. We're calling, and in a lot of cases we'll get the records request, and that's when we know that they have actually moved. I'm not sure if you know, in the area right now, there's a lot of mobility with the apartment complexes that we service. Yeah.
So Lisa, in addition to those students that are leaving without letting you all know, what are students who are coded as sick or ill, and how are you leveraging telehealth to be able to support those students to get them in schools if those students are out because they're sick?
So one thing I also noticed was we have a lot of, similar to I think Ron, hospitalizations, either medical, but we're seeing a lot of physical. Our MTSS specialist has been helping to do 504s if possible. Not 504s, but hospital homebound if possible. We also are blessed with a full-time clinical therapist. So the other thing that we are running up against is actually giving them the telehealth forms, and we'll get all the way up to parent consent, and the parent will not consent for fear. So we've been actually walking them through, like, well, what is this? Why? We've been walking them through that to ease, especially our nurse. I got to give a shout out to our new nurse, and just kind of easing that, because when they see paperwork, a lot of times they are afraid of that. But we do have a full-time clinical therapist, which has helped us tremendously.
Great, thank you, Lisa. And just for all the middle school principals, we're about to launch a major campaign for telehealth. We have a company that's going to allow us to go door to door. We're going to be doing videos. We're going to be doing flyers. We're going to be at Kroger, Publix, Walmart, in all of your neighborhoods so that we can stop parents. So that's going to start as soon as we get the contract here. So we're going to be doing an outreach for parents to help you get those forms in, because you can't do it alone. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. And we'll give the forms. They'll start filling it out, and then they're
reluctant. People don't know, and so since they're afraid and they don't know this telehealth is new, we're going to help tell that story to parents, and we're going to have people that look like them that knock on their door and stop them where they're going to shop to fill out the form with them and explain it along the way.
Thank you.
All right, so just looking at your MAP data, first of all, kudos for the progress with Amplify from fall.
Thank you.
To last
Thank
week.
you. Thank you.
Great job with that, and I'm sure your new math coach helped with that. But just speak to how you're supporting those students. We still have about half that are there in the red. What does instruction look like for them? How are you supporting those students who are still at that beginning level?
So those are Tiger Bubble students. We know them by name. What we have done is actually looked at their trend data from both Milestones as well as MAP. That list is fluid now. Initially, we, through a protocol, we identified the students in the beginning of the year. But what we're seeing now is that I'm getting students from different schools that I'm having to add to the bubble list. With the bubble list students, we have 2 sets for each grade level. We have students who are based off looking at the actual cut scores. They're right there on the cusp of moving from beginning to developing or developing to proficient. And we are, number one, the teachers know exactly who those students are, incorporating small groups, during planning as well as weekly data meetings, identifying those students to identify the specific misconception. One other thing, on last Thursday, we had a PLC where it was a working session. All of the teachers took the learning continuum out of MAP, and they sat down with IXL and created an individual learning plan for every single student. So that has really helped because the scholars love IXL, even outside of the school day, and giving an incentive. So that has really helped us as well.
Principal.
So we have candid conversations, making sure that you know your students and you, during that planning time, you speak specifically about those scholars. And also making sure that, so we alternate, either doing PLCs on Mondays and Wednesdays or a weekly data talk, asking specifically. Also, there is a spreadsheet that we are updating to say, this is Lisa Hill. Her domain of focus is this. And even down to the exit ticket. One additional thing, I delivered PD. It was a relay strategy on precise learning objective. What we noticed, in addition to learning targets, a lot of the students were struggling with domains and standards because they were missing a certain portion of the standard. And so being precise with the teachers for this day, what part of the standard are you teaching this day? Now, is your exit ticket aligned to this particular precise learning objective? That has been beneficial because knowing your students and who your bubble students are, you're keeping your eye on the prize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So kudos for HMH. You are the shining star of middle schools, other middle school principals. Just wanna call that out. Consistently, sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3 days a week. But your time and your days are always there every single week. Just speak to what you are doing to make sure that is there every single week.
Thank you. So I smile because, where's Kim? So when they do not bring their laptops, then you pull out the books, time on, then all of a sudden, magically, here comes the laptop. And now they're on the platform. Or you work with your Viz coach, and if they just don't know where the laptop is, have them to turn it off and deactivate it for a day, and magically it appears. Also, making sure we're visible. We pull the data every single Monday, and I tell my instructional team, let's go strategically to the classes where we see low numbers, and also to have individual conversations with students who may have low usage. It is I love HMH time. We actually moved 52 students in January, placed out of System 44, and moved up to Read 180. The teachers also, it was a shift with teachers, especially with the small group and the buy-in. So it's all on. Like you'll see students laying on the floor everywhere, they're all in. And also celebrations, I have to say celebrations.
Lisa, I have to share this. So a little bird told me that your special ed teacher says she does not play when it comes to intervention. So I'm sure that's true based on what you just described, and you can see it in the data. So thank you very much for your intentionality and your focus and accountability for making sure that kids are getting on the system.
And I will tell you, the students love it because it meets them where they are. And especially struggling readers, they love the program. So thank you.
So Lisa, you have more than 10 students for ESOL. I do. Hispanic students. So can you talk about what strategies you're putting in place to support those students in math and reading?
Absolutely. So I will call out the slight dip that you see with our Hispanic students. We have had an influx of newcomers. And so what we're doing is being very strategic. We made sure that they're in System 44, which is kind of similar to Lexia. And since September, we have had a number of newcomers, new to the United States. So being intentional, also making sure that I have 2 full-time now ESOL teachers, making sure they know the data as well. And then and they're part of planning also. So having those data talks, not just about the ESOL components or access, but actually the needs of those individual students specifically.
All right, let's move into needs.
I do want to call out.
Before we move into needs,
do y'all see this? It's just a little bit of growth, but we're seeing some color down here for our special education students. Yes, and I will tell you, that is directly correlated to special education teachers being at the planning table and included in all professional learning. And it's not threatening, it's building their content knowledge, and it's transparent. So I wanted to shout that out as well.
Yes, some of your special ed teachers were leading the Amplify lessons. And I did not know that it was the special ed teacher. So that tells you
and
about
they practice. So PLCs, they actually practice so they're comfortable because they have their colleagues in the room with them to practice as they're internalizing lessons.
Needs.
Consistent wireless connections throughout the building. So you'll see students doing intervention hanging out the window with their laptop or standing by the window or in the hallway. Ms. Lewis from technology came out and she has asked that they do a full audit, especially before state testing, but also in preparation for our school-wide MAP, because we want to test the system during the next MAP administration to see how it works. So we desperately need some help with that. And transportation logistics for after-school tutorial. So transportation overall is much better in terms of day. However, our bubble students, we're launching a Tiger Den for them for tutorial after school. And when we put in, I have the emails, when we put in requests, and I have the money to pay for the buses, they ask us for the list of students that will attend before they would do the routes. Where it varies because we're going to open the tutorials up for anyone so we can adhere to the policy. So all I need is them to do a bus with a certain route, one that goes east, west, north, and south. But it gets bottlenecked with the request because they're waiting on us to identify specific students. And also, the new teacher coaches, I wanted to send our teachers to the cafe. I picked up the phone and called and said, I think it was Herman David, and I was like, look, the times won't fit middle school, so I'm excited about the shift. And then also just miscellaneous funds. We do not have a corporate sponsor, so just to celebrate the hard work of our faculty and staff members, we desperately need some funding.
I want to circle back on that first bullet, received on all of the bullets, but I also know that's not a new ask. And so in this space, tell me what has occurred. Has anything happened?
No.
That's a problem.
Yes.
That I will take care of.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You
Glenda came out week before last, but it's still existing.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm on it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Hill. Folks, it's time for a break. It's 2:24. We will start promptly at 2:35. 2:35, 10 minutes, 2:35. Thank you so much, everyone, for your punctuality. I am going to ask us to give a warm welcoming to Principal Larry Gifford from Sylvan Hills Middle School for his first ACES presentation.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. It was funny, I was sitting over here with Ms. Hill and Dr. Merriweather, and I was just telling them about the first one and having to come after Ms. Hill. So whoever set the schedule, thank you all. You put me right behind MJ as we get started. But excited to be here, and I have to remind everyone as I go through this process. I came in right before Christmas break, the 3 weeks before Christmas break, and I set up a 90-day plan and focus in on that. And then I'm really starting now to get into the work of Sylvan Hills since we've been back in the second semester. So I'm gonna do all that I can with all that I know. But I know I got a lot of support in the district.
You got it, you got it, you got it.
And my AP texted me right before I got on and said, I'm watching. Let's make sure we make it happen today. So excited. So real quick, we are, our signature program is STEAM. Some of our highlights, I've been excited about getting started, especially being in the cluster with Mr. Usher and Carver, and what we are doing as a cluster together has made it much easier for me to be a part of the work that we're doing, and already the work that they were doing prior to me getting there with Ms. Hollis and the team as well. But some of our goals so far have been cluster STEM nights, the cluster STEM advisory meetings. That has been great to be able to partner with other principals and schools across our cluster, as well as some of our partner schools as well. Our STEAM team has already had an opportunity to go out and observe some schools. One of them was TAG, as well as setting up something with Drew to go. And then we also have a staff member who is our Bills person who has come in from Drew. So she's brought some of the things that Drew was doing far as STEAM is concerned and shared that, and she's helping us to lead the work around STEAM and STEM. We've created our vision and mission statement already. We meet monthly as a team, and we have several staff members who are exploring the Metro Risa Online STEM endorsement. So we have several staff members that are looking to get endorsed with STEM and STEAM. So we're very excited about that as well. Some of our goals, just going back to all the work that we do, the academic ownership, shifting the mindset of staff from teachers standing in front of the classroom and telling students what they need to know to student-centered learning. And in our STEAM meetings, that's a lot of the conversations that we're getting. How does that work? How do we plan together and so forth? So we're doing a lot of work around that, even with making some adjustments to our schedule as we move forward next year. But like I said, we're already doing a lot of things to assist with that. Makerspace, we're getting ready to create a makerspace. We're using some of our funds, care funds, to go ahead and build a makerspace out. Shout out to Ms. Ford and her team. We were selected to be an esports team, so we have that starting as well. And then we've been doing some coding stations. We've been doing some STEAM-infused dance. We even have the Beltline as a partnership, Spelman coming in to do a mural on our wall back by the art room, and the students are going to be the ones who help and assist with that. So we're doing a lot of work around STEAM as well, so excited about that. Vacancies, haven't had too many. We have a ESOL teacher, but I think we may be filling that. We just did an interview Wednesday or Thursday, so we're just making sure we're waiting to hear back from that. And then one of our challenges was our one-to-one. We still haven't been able to hire a one-to-one special ed para. So we've looked at applications, we've reached out to a few individuals and so forth, but we still haven't had the opportunity to fill that position at this time.
Awesome. Can we go? Actually, I wanted to just ask one quick follow-up on the growth, and also to say, Mr. Guilford, kudos to you for it is always a challenge to step into a space in the middle of the year. You were doing a great job so far. I just wanted to give you kudos for that.
Appreciate it.
And then one quick follow-up clarification. I heard you say some of the great things that are coming around the maker space. In terms of shifting the mindset, and I may have just missed it, so I just wanted to, where are the spaces and places where you are really working on that mindset work? Where are the commitment to really get the teachers to begin? Is it in the PLC? Where are the places and spaces for that?
Yes, a lot of it is in the PLC, also within those STEM meetings that we're having with the committee, where we're really doing a good job of communicating the expectations. What does that look like? We having those individuals come out and go out to trainings with our staff members, like our AP, Mr. Owens, he's the one who leads that work, having them to go out as well. We're communicating through our parent newsletters as well, just getting the parents engaged and involved, knowing where we're headed. But like I say, the biggest thing is that schedule adjustment, how we're gonna lead far as next year by grade level. So that's been a big one, and them having an understanding of how we can work together as a team to help with this work. But like I said, just the push of the cluster as well has been awesome.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and I will stick on the mic here. Let's take a look at the attendance data. In particular, I kind of want to laser in on those students, not chronically absent. Some of the challenges that you've seen as you've been in the school now for a month or two. What are you seeing? What are you putting in place to try to address some of the challenges that you're facing?
So the biggest thing that I am seeing, and we've heard that across and around the room, is the transit of our students. Like Ms. Hill said, we're getting students from Bunch, and I'm not sure how, but we're getting students as far as John Lewis that we're getting coming in and out, and our students leaving out, going to Long. So the good part is, I've been having conversations, we've been talking and so forth, but just that piece has been one of the major issues as far as the attendance is concerned. As far as that part, we're doing a better job. We're implementing PBIS this semester, so we really locked in on rewarding students, acknowledging students, tracking students, getting our social workers involved, all of our support staff in place to really focus in on that 55.1 chronically absent students. And I can say, just looking at the data, since about maybe January, everything is trending up. When you look at the attendance information, we're trending up. We're almost at one of the highest points we've been at all school year as of right now, mid-February. So those things like that, the PBIS, the celebrating the students. We have a teacher, one of our teacher leaders who in our leadership program, who has taken the initiative with the attendance, and she's doing a PowerPoint that she provides to each grade level every Monday, and they show that during advisement to their homeroom students, that talks about what was our attendance rate last week, what is our attendance rate this week, what is our goal, and so forth. So the students are being able to take ownership as well as the teachers, and then just giving them some strategies within that PowerPoint, bringing your doctor's excuse or other ways we can help with that attendance. So that's been some of the work around trying to improve that, as well as, like I say, just our student support team. It's been great. Our disproportionality, she's taken on 18 of our hot students and really changed their academics, their attendance, and their behavior. So all of that has proven to be where we at this point. Like I said, I wish I could stamp up here that graph and show you that data of how we're trending up with attendance as well.
All right, so looking at your map data, first of all, kudos to you. The team that visited your school last week for Amplify just gave rave reviews about what they saw as far as student discourse and how students were engaged in the learning, and the commitment from your teachers. So just kudos for continuing that work and continuing to hold high expectations for everybody in the building around using this curriculum. Just speak to what you are seeing as far as for ELA or for math. What opportunities for growth are there from your teachers? What are you seeing, and then how are you supporting them with those?
We're doing a lot as far as looking at that data. We just actually had a data meeting last week where we brought all of our staff members in during their planning periods. And we really looked into the data and not only looking at where we at percentage-wise here, but looking at the growth, because we wanted to show them we're going to own this data at the same time, but we want to also look at where we are as far as our growth is concerned as well. So a lot of the work we're doing is around our data team meetings. That's where we're getting the biggest bang from our bucks. We're looking at lesson plans. We're telling teachers to come in, bring their data in from previous units and lessons and so forth, and really looking at that information to determine where do we go next, what do we need to do as far as in the classroom instructional-wise, having them to come up with gap statements. If student can't do X, Y, and D because of what. So we're looking at that information as well, just really trying to get them comfortable in that part. But really the data meetings is the big things for us right now. That's really honing in on our work with instruction.
What does monitoring look like for you and your leadership team? How often are you visiting classes and able to get feedback?
So we're visiting classrooms quite often. That was one of the push. I'm not sure how often they did it prior to me getting there, but one of the things that I really wanted to get into is not just walking around doing our observations individually, but as a instructional leadership team. So we've been able to do that. We've even set it up where we're doing our core content, our content area, general ed classes, as well as going into our co-talk classes with ourselves, bringing him into the mix and make sure that he's walking so we can focus in on some of the areas of concerns or some of the areas of strength that we're seeing. So we're doing that at least 2-3 times a week, if not more, on top of the individual observations that we're doing, and we're having that conversation. And then we're sitting in those PLCs with our instructional coaches as well. But also walking with all of the support staff members that have come into the building. Like I say, it's been awesome. Our IDD department, Ms. Hill, Ms. Crooms, I can go down the list. Joe with the math was over there last week, Ms. Weems. So it's been great to have that support and being able to have their ear to help with that guided work. And later on, you'll see why that work has been so important for us when we talk about some of our needs.
All right, so looking at your HMH data, we're really trying to get to 2 days, and I know we kind of met with you early on to talk about where your data was and how we could work on improving. Is your team able to look at this data also as a leadership team? Are you visiting and monitoring that in the same way you're monitoring what's happening?
Yes. Ms. Crooms came in right from the beginning. I think the first week, the first week she sat down with me, we went over look-fors, and so forth. We sat down with this data, and what my coaches told me is that the data that we see, what he sees, and the data that they send in that email is much different. So he makes sure that he lets me know, no, Mr. Gifford, we are much better than what that data is showing. But we've been able to really go into the classroom. We have constant conversations with both Ms. Williams and Mr. Bibbins, my math and reading coaches, about this data. The students own their data. They're constantly going over their data. They know their minutes, how much sessions they've been in. So we're consistently having communication with that, as well as our data team meetings that we have every Tuesday. So we have them in there as well. And when they're challenged to bring in the data, they're bringing their data as well to support their instruction and what they're doing in those classrooms. So just owning that data has been big for all staff members. And then the other part of this, as far as the reading, we had some staff that were out. So we had some subs that was in there for quite a while. And then we've even promoted from within one of our staff members who's over the intervention, and he's been excellent since he's come back. If you look at our data, like I said, the great thing I can sit here and say is across the board, our data is trending up academically, behaviorally, attendance-wise, and so forth, trending in the right direction. And these minutes, if you looked at that, show green in those areas. So just like you said, inspecting what we expect is a big thing.
So along that same vein, can you speak to some specific strategies that you're using for specific subgroups and to address? You have seen growth, looking at your, it looks like Black African American students in both reading and math, and then also students with disabilities for math. So what are you doing to support those students in specific subgroups, specifically your students with disabilities?
I think our focus on our PLCs with our CELT and our SWD team, that was one of the first things we did this semester when we got back, is went into those classrooms, those co-taught classes as well. And just having PLCs around the different models used, make sure that the teachers are planning with those teachers as well. Really giving them some strategies to utilize with their classrooms. What I saw in some of them, not all of them, when we did our observations, was more of them supporting those general ed teachers versus those leading those conversations as well. So we've really focused in on that and really trying to do a better job of providing them support to continue to grow those students. Like Ms. Hill said, to see that increase from fall to winter is a great thing, but we are expecting so much higher and so much more across the board for all of our students.
All right, I think it's time for your needs.
So just for me, for us, like I said, ongoing professional development opportunities focuses on the co-teaching model is one of those areas of support, and that's why I say we talked about that before, just that the ongoing support. And then continue support around the implementation of best practices using Amplify, not just math, but Amplify in general. And that's how we looked at that is, I think someone else said it, was not just the feedback, but coming in and doing some of that side-by-side work with us. Like, we love the feedback, but that would be some of that work. And I know Joe has been excellent with that, with our algebra course that we have, is giving that side by side with Ms. Bailey and really taking that class to another level. So that would be our biggest area.
Folks, we thank Principal Guilford for an outstanding presentation. Thank you, sir. Please welcome to the podium the team from The Independent. Barbara Shea from David T. Howard Middle School.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay. I know you can hear me without this, but okay. I didn't touch anything. You gonna be here the whole time to do that for me? Do I have to touch that myself? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Shea, interim principal at Howard. Really, right now, assisting Ms. Hollis, who's fabulous, in her transition to Howard. But since we were here for the first semester, I'm going to go ahead and present this data. We are a STEAM school, and our glow is that our teachers are continuing to receive professional development in STEAM. They participated in targeted arts and technology integration from the district and in school. And our enrichment teachers are now participating in the Renzulli Superstarter PBL projects, and we are very excited about that. That's something we started after Christmas, and the kids are loving it. Our grow is we need a STEAM coordinator. We don't have one just yet, so in the meantime, we have admin that are sort of supporting that program. But that is something that we know we're going to have for next year. Our vacancies are not really 9 because we had some teaching vacancies, but we dissolved some classes to reallocate some things. So right now we have 3 para vacancies, the STEAM coordinator vacancy, and a registrar vacancy. I will, if I can add one more thing, another glow for us. We had 5 students go to the regional science fair, and one of them is now moving to the state. So that was really exciting.
So, Dr. Shea, I know y'all were revamping.
Just Barbara, I mean, just Ms. Shea.
Ms.
but,
Shea.
Yeah.
I know you were revamping the intervention block.
Yes.
Completely. You spoke about the Renzulli piece. Were there any other changes you made to that block at the
Yes.
time?
Well, we were just much more intentional because our intervention block is for not the largest group of children. It's about 150 in the building. And so we went back and we looked at our schedule. We looked at the size of our classes, and we had lots of kids getting HMH intervention, but they were spread out too much. We needed to bring them closer together, one teacher. And so after the holidays, we did that. And we created the Renzulli piece, which is the majority of the students. And we got more intentional with HMH and System 44.
Okay.
Our take rate, anybody, do you want to ask me a question about
Yeah,
it?
no, I mean, you can, I'm certainly happy to hear about the take rate, and then was curious about just the slight decline kind of year over year, same time. I mean, still in a pretty good spot, but just anything you're noticing in the area of attendance.
A couple of things we're noticing is that we have students that, exactly what someone else said earlier, that never withdrew, but just stopped coming. And then we don't realize they're not here until we may have a social worker referral come up and they realize they've moved. But we're not getting requests for records. We're not getting the things that we usually get that lets us know somebody has moved on. That's one thing. And then we just have students that are late, not coming on time, lots of other extra issues. But for the most part, it's pretty consistent. And we know we want to go higher, certainly. And our care team is talking about that. But right now, we did drop 2 points, but I think we're still headed in the right direction. You don't want me to talk about suspension data? I mean, it's depressing in one area, and I'd rather skip it. But no, I don't mind talking about it because we do have a plan for it. So can we back up? Yeah, so our suspension data is 0.96, and our biggest problem is in our African American students. And we dug into that data because it's not pretty, but it consists of 385 students, it consists of 15 students that are chronically in trouble, chronically getting things, and we were chronically supporting with restorative practices, with all kinds of other things. But then the behavior just continued to escalate. And so many of those students have now gone to hearing. And so we fully expect to see that data drop, that number drop, because we had, I'd say, about 15 students who are chronically having trouble. One of the other things that we've put in place, that we are putting in place, thanks to Ms. Hollis, first job, she's, right on it. We have about five African American boys in every grade level that we have that are kids who are struggling with behavior, struggling with lots of things, and we have a mentoring program that will start the 1st of March, targeting those 5 kids on each grade level. That's how we're starting, and hopefully we'll be able to grow that program. But we know we were missing something with this group. We were missing something, and we needed to address it in a different way. So we're hoping that this will make a difference as well. You can go on now.
All right, looking at your map data, I see in your C&I slide that you were doing some weekly stations that are targeted towards specific standards. What does that look like for ELA and math, and how are you monitoring the data? What data are you collecting from that weekly?
Okay, so we are focusing on our bubble students. Those are our bubble students, kids that did not qualify for HMH, but needed support. So we took those students, and there's about 120 of them in the building across the 3 grade levels, and we have put them in an enrichment class because they did not qualify for intervention, but the enrichment class is based on stations, stations for math, stations for ELA. Whatever their weak areas are, they are rotating within a classroom, staying with the same teacher, but looking at their very specific deficits in the hopes that we're going to be able to push those babies over.
What resources are you using during instruction during that time?
IXL, not HMH because we don't have access to it, but they would really benefit from HMH as well. Just some of their gaps are, there's pieces that we're missing, foundational pieces that we're missing.
Yep, we can follow up with you for that. So you spoke about putting the students, I guess, collapsing some of the classes so that your System 44 students are together, Read 180 together.
Yes, we only have 8 System 44 students.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
yes.
So are you better able to monitor what's happening? It looks like every system or every platform has 1 day, a little over 1 day. Minutes are not quite there. Are you better able to monitor now that they are?
Well, and you know, this is not about making excuses, but this is the very group of students that don't bring computers. We had, I couldn't tell you how many computers were taken offline right around the Christmas holidays because they were considered legacy computers. They were old computers, computers that we bought a long time ago. And they didn't they were still working, but the district took them and gave us, in place of those multiple computers, 10 loaner computers. Not 10 computers if your computer breaks, but 10 computers for kids who left it at home, who left it at their grandmother's, who left it at a friend's house. 10. And that's in a school with 1,134 students. So those 10 go nowhere. And actually, I believe we're down to 8 now because 2 people, I guess, have lost or done something. So in those classes, while you don't see that data because it's not on a computer, they work out of the HMH paper books. And honestly, the teachers like it better, and so do the kids. And I think it's because so much of their day is spent in front of a computer on a platform. And so when we can take them off of that and they get to write in a journal, they get to express themselves this way, it's more enjoyable for them and the teachers who are in there because, you know, the buy-in for HMH is still not wonderful, but everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm not saying that this is not correct. I'm saying this is not correct because we have lots of kids who are working not online, but in paper and pencil.
Ms. Shea, on the approximate number of legacy devices that were sunsetted, I mean, if I know the size of your school, just how many, a ballpark, if you could help me just to understand. Okay, it was a large.
It was a lot.
Okay, all right, and then in the place, the loaner was really
right. So we're not a build school, and we have to buy our own computers,
right.
And so they gave us 10. I mean, I was appreciative of those 10, but I was like,
but
okay, that'll help, and it's been difficult. That part is difficult. So we are already planning for milestones and how we're going to try to make sure we have everything we need for milestones testing.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna look into further support.
Thank you.
So do you have a students with disabilities subgroup?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at. I'm looking at the students with disabilities, the reading, and we saw 4% increase there. What are you seeing some of the strategies with, specifically in reading with your students with disabilities? What would you attribute some of that success to?
I would say amplify.
Okay, say more.
I mean, we use it school-wide. We use it in our resource class. I mean, our interrelated resource classes. We use it in all our gen ed classes. It's certainly more direct for our students with disabilities who can tend to have all kinds of learning issues. I'd say amplify. I'd say HMH, or just the small group instruction they're getting through HMH, because those are the same kids that are in intervention.
And I imagine that your SWD teachers are at the planning table, or
I would
how are they
say, for the most
interacting?
part, not as much as they need to be, but for the most part, yes. Yes.
All right, let's give Mr. Brown a chance. We're gonna anything here before we jump to needs? Okay, we're gonna go right into needs then. Talk to us about your biggest needs.
So, you know, in having a conversation about our needs, we are, and you know, if there's some wood here, I'm gonna go ahead and knock on it, but we are at a good place. We're at a place of sort of peace in the building, which we, haven't had all year. And so we weren't thinking about the needs as they present themselves now because we're doing okay. We're doing okay. But we do want to make an ask for a district-funded MTSS person because that is an issue for us right now. It's not an issue that we can fix right now. But we have a person who's wearing 2 hats trying to do MTSS 504s. And because of that, we've had to move it to multiple people in the building, multiple admin. And while that sounds like, oh, that's great, it still becomes watered down. Because if I'm doing a 504 for Lisa Hill, and then somebody's coming to do a 504 for Ron Garlington, and it's about the same kind of issue. We want to make sure that those 504s read the same in terms of, and that's not going to happen. These are human beings listening to people's stories, trying to help kids, and we need some more consistency. So the more we watered that down, the more fearful I am about how that's going to come back to haunt us, because we have a community of parents that talk to each other all the time. And so we're just requesting, we're asking for, it's not in our budget, for a full-time MTSS 504 person that can just focus on that. We have 109 504 plans currently and 84 MTSS school-wide plans currently. And more walk in every day. Can I go to the next? So the next thing is we would like to provide 1 credit for world language in 7th grade and 1 credit for world language in 8th. We offer world language now in Connections as a 7th and 8th grade class, and usually that is about 1 credit, right? They do a year and then they do the other half. But we have almost enough seat time to get the 1 credit. If we can be provided a waiver in a way to do performance tasks or have the kids do something independently to make it so that we can actually give them the grade they go to high school with the 2 language credits. That's just an ask, just another ask. We also need additional support with high school science offerings, including resources, professional learning for our teachers, and creating an equitable learning environment for our students. We already offer physical science. We are exploring the addition of earth systems for the 23-24 school year. We are not going to be offering biology at Howard for the 23-24 school year because district-wide, in high school, 13% of the students pass that test in high school. So we think it's a big ask for us to think that that's going to happen in middle school when they go to 9th grade and they have that right teacher and they're still not passing. So we're going to focus, I know we're eventually going to be rolling these things in, but our focus is going to be earth systems and making that so that that class is something we can offer a lot of our students in terms of looking at diversity and what the criteria is for getting in. We want to make sure we can offer it to a well-rounded group of children.
Thank you. Okay, there we go. So next we have, from John Lewis Invictus Academy, Principal Ramon Garner.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ramon Garner, the very proud principal of John Lewis Invictus Academy. So a few of our goals around our signature programming. All grade levels have worked through the process of PBL planning, which culminated in our first PBL showcase, which took place in December. So we're really proud about that work, our first PBL. Our next one will be in March, so next month. A grow, we can improve our understanding and implementation of the nuances of executing a PBL, such as using the engineering design process. So that's something that we really have to ingrain into as a next step for PBL.
Move right in here. Okay, so let's jump right into our attendance data. Kudos on the ATR. That gives us the clean data. And then let's talk about the challenges. Again, similar question that I've asked everybody here today, right? And we're seeing improvement year over year, right? Even with the challenges that you are facing. But speak to what has changed year over year. Where are you now?
Right, so this number is still nowhere near where we want it to be. It is improvement from where we landed last year. We have confidence with some of the things that we're doing in our weekly attendance meetings, where we are identifying students. I think it was Principal Garlington who said we're identifying kids who are a couple days of consecutive attendance from not being on this list. And so we are really identifying those students, making sure we know who they are, and making sure they have a case manager that is speaking with them about and rewarding them for coming to school and being at school on a day-to-day basis. So we're confident that this number will, improve even more.
And then let's jump over to the suspension, right? Let's speak to specifically in your school challenges, support. What's needed there?
Yeah, so high suspension rate. We definitely we're feeling really good about coming into this semester. In the month of January, it was really clean. And then we got, we had an incident. Something happened, several, 6, 7 kids involved that causes you to have to give those 10-day suspensions. And so that boosts the data. But in our weekly meetings that we have on Fridays, we are able to see that there's a trend now. So if you look at those graphs and see where we were kind of in this part of the year last year and where we're trending right now, we're excited about that. We're doing a lot of work around incentives again. So we have a sneaker ball coming up at the end of February for students who have completed their ABGs. For us is attendance, behavior, and discipline. So no discipline infractions, then we're going to, do something that the kids would like to do. And so those are our approaches. Another thing that we're doing, too, is we know exactly who our students are that may have the worst, the most challenging attendance, discipline, and grades. So making sure that they're a part of a caseload manager. And so the numbers do look like this, but we are internally, the culture of our school has improved tremendously. So when we think about our SEL coach, our counselors in the school, our wraparound service providers, Family Tides, Chris 180, making sure that they have caseloads and that through that care team, we're holding those people accountable. So it's not just you're in the building and you have a caseload of kids, but what is the improvement as a result of your work? So making sure that we have that in place, that's helping us.
Mr. Gardner, can you speak to some of the creative activities and events that you've had at your school to address some of the suspension and some of the students who are struggling with discipline?
Yes, ma'am. So we try to create these memorable moments for students, things that they can remember or maybe even remember when they get older, things that their parents can also latch on to. So, we see the influx of violence, some of the things that's happened with middle school students throughout the city. One thing that we did was we had a brotherhood summit where we said we're going to bring these individual students in. We're going to bring in a keynote speaker. Dr. Rashard Ritchie came in and did an amazing job. But we really were focusing on those students who we know have those challenges, who needed to know that we see them, one, but here is what the end result can be if you stay on the track of going to school, completing school, possibly going to college or whatever your post-secondary options are. And so we wanted to show them, positive black men who are in the community with similar backgrounds as theirs for them to kind of look up to. So that's one event that we've done.
All right, looking at your map data, pretty consistent from fall to winter. Will you speak to some of the actions that you are taking, your leadership team is taking, to make sure that you are moving this data in preparation for milestones?
Yes, we are grinding, right? And so I know we see 53% right here, but I want everybody to know that we hit this number. Last year we were at 66% in the red, right? So again, not where we want to be, but that's a lot of growth. So I'm encouraged to see that if we can in 1 year hit this or better, that would be 13% growth from last year, which is amazing. Same thing in ELA last year. This number was 63, right? And so again, not where we want to be, but we're moving in the right direction. Some of the things that I would say is talent. Talent. We have some talented teachers that we've been able to hire and hopefully maintain and keep. And make sure that they know we want them there and we want them to remain there. So we're going to do some creative things to make sure that they know they are valued. I think also my instructional coaches, they do an amazing job. Amplified, the district is doing an amazing job also with flexibility and allowing us to try some of these innovative practices that we want to try. Giving us the leeway and the ability to be able to do that. I think all of those things encompass some of the growth that we're seeing. Again, not where we want to be, so we are not happy, but we are moving in the right direction, and so we acknowledge that.
What does monitoring look like for your teachers as far as monitoring implementation of what's happening in classrooms and providing feedback?
Yep, so especially now being a CSI school, as leaders, we create weekly schedules that kind of outline who we're going to see each week. But I think what the CSI has really done for us is say not only are we doing that, but now here's the data from that. So our walkthrough tools that we're using each week. Right now we're focused on active monitoring, what that looks like. Teachers are circulating the room. We have an exemplar in hand. We have a coding system to where we're checking students' work and checking off or whatever system you have in your classroom to gauge progress in real time. And we're looking at that data every Friday. We also are going into PLCs each week. Each assistant principal have to go into what we call the Elite 8 courses. For us, it's 8 courses that count on the Georgia milestones, ELA and math in 6th and 7th grade, and then all 4 content areas in 8th grade. So we're going to see everybody, but we want to ensure and make sure that we're going into those classes each week, looking at the performance and setting goals. I mean, our goal right now is that we want 80% of our students to score 70 or above on their weekly assessment. So we're not there yet, but we're itching. We started Saturday school this past week. We also have after-school tutorials that happen, and teachers can get paid additional funds. They have to stay 1 day every week, but you can earn additional funds for going for staying multiple days.
Kudos on the HMH data. It looks like you are on point, except for that 10 minutes for System 44, but pretty close. What's happening?
I have to ask this because my HMH coordinator at school, Dr. Harrell, has said, Mr. Garner, please ask them. So she's running the SAMS, she said SAMS report, and it has us at 19 minutes for Systems 44, but the leadership report has us at 10. So I wanted to definitely bring that up. I also want to highlight something here that I'm really proud about. I have the number here. The amount of students who were in Systems 44 in the beginning of the year and the amount of students who are in it now after the last reading inventory. And so we started out the year with 321 students in Systems 44 in term 1. In term 2, it dropped to 309, and now we're at 152. So that's a 51% decrease. So they're in that platform, and they're moving, they're doing work. We also increased the amount of students who are in enrichment in math. So we started out with term 2, 637 students in Math 180. That number has decreased to 372. So those students have moved to enrichment. And then same in Read 180, started out at 229. So we actually had more kids in Systems 44 than Read. And then now that number has dropped. That number has gone up to 358 with the decline of students in Systems 44.
Great. I think just for time, I'm looking over there, Principal Garner. We're gonna go right to needs.
Okay. I don't have a lot of needs. I heard some things that I would want to reiterate that I heard some of my colleagues say specifically around like additional funds. Like that's a big thing to be able to feed my staff once a month for the hard work that they're doing. Not having the discretionary funds to be able to do that is a struggle. And we are constantly trying to, partner or get partners to supply that. But it costs about, to feed my staff well, 150 people, it costs about $1,200 to do that, right? And so assistance with that. Again, the district has given us a lot of support and flexibility to try to do innovative practices, so we appreciate that. And then more time, opportunities to innovate around additional, PD time, PD days. Again, thank you for the pre-planning things that we've been able to do. But again, how can we think outside of the box to maybe use an asynchronous? We have some of these functions and capabilities to add maybe a couple more PD days throughout the year, maybe 3 or maybe 4 that could be calendarized. And how can we use our partners for, after school, still giving parents options to bring their kids in the building, but opportunities for our teachers to get effective PD, because it's tough to do. You're not going to get anything at the end of the day, so it's tough to do. That's really it.
Great job.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have from Herman J. Russell West Academy, Principal Green.
Good afternoon, everyone. We wake up a little bit. I know I'm second to last, so I won't be long. Let me just go ahead and say how excited I am about our GROWs and our GLOWs. So first, our GLOWs. National STEM Honor Society, we are the first middle school in Atlanta Public Schools to receive that, to be a part of this society. So I'm very proud of my students for being a part of that, and also winning first place in the tech fair. So those students who are in that society, we went to the tech fair and they won first place in graphic design, and also in another, what was it, graphic design, and I can't remember the other one, but my babies won. That's what I know. My babies won. And also the STEAM clubs that we were excited to start this year. We have 5 STEAM clubs that we have started, and our B club is the one that our students tend to enjoy the most, where they we have a bee farm at our school, and so the students get an opportunity to make honey. They see the honey and all, and so that's a great experience, hand-on experience for them. And the PBL field trip that we went on, the students went on, experience to the chocolate warehouse. So it was a warehouse that the kids actually had an opportunity to go to, taste all the chocolates, and of course Ms. Green got a chance to taste all the chocolate too. So the things about the GLOWs that we have, and what good things that are happening at my school is that the students have an opportunity to do hands-on experience. That was the vision that I wanted for the school, not just people coming into the school, but I wanted my babies to go out and see things, go experience the Coca-Cola factory behind the scenes, experience, what's happening, so they can actually put their hands on it and see it instead of just people come inside the building. A goal that I have for our school, more training for our teachers on on how STEAM looks in the classroom. It's not a separate entity, right? And so we're part of the design cohort. Shout out to Ms. Bossfield back there in the back, who has been an extreme partner with us in getting these things done. And so we did empathy interviews, and all of the things that came out of the empathy interviews, the teachers seem to think that STEAM is something that's done outside of the class. And so we're now trying to put a plan in place for them to see how it's integrated. What we're looking to do for next year is have a STEAM master teacher leader who will be a part of the PLCs who go into the classrooms, integrate what's happening in our STEAM, look at their unit plans and plan with them and have activities that are happening inside of the classroom. So that's something that we definitely have to look into doing for next year. We also have 2 vacancies right now. They're also in the DSE department, so it's one special ed para and IRR teacher for 8th grade.
Awesome. I think, Mike, a quick question. Let's stay on that slide for a moment, the signature programming. So how are you communicating about all of this great work with your community?
We have an amazing communications manager.
Okay, so tell me more.
An amazing communications manager. So what we do, we push these things out through website, through Twitter. We send things home. So we put everything, pictures are being taken, videos are taken. We document everything that's happening because we are trying to put the narrative out there to our community that we are a STEAM school. So we are definitely pushing the information out. Believe it or not, our students follow us on Twitter and our social media. And they comment, they make some comments about some things, what they like, and they definitely tell us what they don't like. But we are definitely pushing things out so people will understand that we are a STEAM school and how STEAM is done. So our communications manager is amazing. He does a lot of that work for us.
Perfect. I just wanted to call it out as a best practice. I think that grassroots communication about truly the good work that every single principal is doing is it's a critical piece and element to the greater systemic work that we're doing. So call out, and to my team, just thought about learning more and thinking about scaling across the district. So kudos.
Yes, and a lot of it is going out into the community as well, looking at our partners, who's around us. I mean, we have a West End print shop that's right around the corner, right? So we reach out to everyone in our community to try to get them to know what's happening at our school.
Perfect. All right, so you want to get in? Go ahead.
Do you currently have a STEM specialist?
I have a STEM specialist, right? So she does a lot of the planning, the partnership. We have a big partnership program at my school, and so she does a lot of that work. But the person that we need someone else to be able to push into content, right? So that's why we're trying to, create this master teacher leader position. So someone will work with her to come up with, ideas and planning out the PBLs for the year. And that person is all day long. They're into the classrooms. They're into every content area to provide some support on what that looks like.
Okay, jumping in on that attendance data. So common theme here, and I know it's not exactly where you want to be, but tremendous steps, right, year over year. So what's working? What have you changed? What's shifted year over year?
So some things that have been working for us, again, that attendance clerk that was hired this year, she is amazing. She does a lot of that work too, in partnership with our communications manager and parent liaison who was hired as well. And our social workers. So again, yes, it's not exactly where we want to be. We took a couple dips, and a lot of that is due to attendance, right? Suspensions possibly. We do have some kids who were the 10-day suspensions. There's a couple of them who had that issue, and the homelessness. We have some people parents who are having things going on. And my school is small. We have 372 students, and so when one child is absent, it's a big issue. So those are some things that we've noticed in the past couple of months, some things that we've been trying to get a handle on and going out into the community, making some home visits, trying to figure out how we can reach those kids and get them to come to school. So those are some things that are happening that, we saw a trend at our school, but the plan in place. Again, like our attendance clerk, she does a lot of that heavy lifting for us, and we do a lot of robocalls. That was something that was established in the last couple of months to call the parents. All right, map data.
So talk about specific strategies you're using for.
I see the trend across everyone having the same look. But yes, ma'am.
So for ELA and math, just talk about specific strategies you're using to address the data. What are you doing specifically to target those that are in the yellow and the red?
Yeah, so I think I talked about last time how I've been training my teachers to brain train them to look at the yellow and the green, and we focus on that in order for the red to decrease. So what's some things we put in place? Right now we have put in place for teachers. I have a lot of new teachers. I have 8 new people in the building and 4 brand new teachers. So it was very important for them to have extra days of planning time when units come about. So we put something in place where the teachers, we have support staff that cover their classes. We use them as, to cover them and go in and out while they have extra planning days with their instructional coach. So that has been very beneficial. I've seen the data grow from day to day as we're going into the classrooms. The confidence from those new teachers when they know they've had extra time to plan and go through those units. We've also put in place, we do take our walks. The assistant principals, coaches, they're in and out the classes all day long because, again, my school is small. We have 1 team per grade level, so you can see everybody in one day. You do multiple rounds. So those things we are definitely working on this term. And also we have one-on-one time. Our coaches have the opportunity to have one-on-one time with every single teacher. So that's a big plus for us. So they have an opportunity to look at the data, analyze where we need to go, and be very specific about what our kids need. We implemented student data trackers, where it's a standards-based mastery checklist is what I like to call it. Every student has the opportunity the teachers see the student's name, standards across the top, what deficiencies each child has, and we have a tracker that tracks the student.
So what does it look like for teachers to use that tracker in the classroom?
So it looks like on Mondays we have our PLC time, right, where they sit and it's grade level PLCs. And shout out to Mr. Brunson and Ms. Hill for working with us on that, because that was something I talked about in my last ACES, that it was a concern for me that we weren't able to have PLCs as effectively as other schools because there's no one else to collaborate with. So we changed to grade level PLCs, and they have been working very well. So that means that they have an opportunity to work with those student trackers as a grade, because what deficiencies, how is the student doing in math, how they're doing in social studies, you can see as a team. So on those Mondays, they have an opportunity to do that, to look and see where those students are. And we're really going to put it in place very heavily in March. We call it March Madness. I know that's a common theme for us, for schools, especially middle schools, that this is the time where we track what students actually need. Those students are required to come to tutorial and extra time with those teachers. Lunch and learns are put in place as well. And so you can see, the teachers are able to see where the student needs some support. And so it happens on Mondays, and in addition to when they're doing their lesson plans. All right, the HMAs, right? So I see the 13, right? So I have a disclaimer as well, you all. So I checked mine, Dr. Florence, and it said 16 minutes, not 13. I just checked, it said 16 minutes. But we are putting some things in place. We're putting some things in place to address this Systems 44. We have definitely done some work on that. We have observation tools, so my coaches go in and observe, but we also have extra support with our connections teachers who are now going to go in and support those students to make sure, because what the issue is, we have middle school students who are struggling with having to speak into a microphone. It's embarrassing, they feel shamed, and so we have to try to get them in a place to where you have one person that's supporting you, pair them up with the teacher so they're not in a classroom full of people. And it's only 21 kids. We have 18 kids who moved out of Systems 44, and so those 21 students are going to be paired up with someone that'll take them out of their environment where it's embarrassing for them and shameful. So, and also kids who are absent. When they're absent, they're not getting on, and so it does affect their minutes.
All right, for time, we're going to move right into need.
All right. the continued support. I don't have a lot, right? Because everything I have asked for, I receive. I have to really, give a shout out to you all for the district. You all definitely have supported me as a first-year principal, and every single thing that I have asked for, I have received from the district. I mean, it's kudos, really. Every single thing that we've asked for, and we new principals, we have linked up, and we support each other, we call each other, and Dr. Woolfolk, everyone has been so supportive of what we've needed. Everybody has come in. Joe, shout out to Joe again. Everybody's talked about Joe. Joe is awesome, right? Joe comes in and help us. Darice Williams comes in and help us. So we have a lot of people that support me. So just continued support. That would be the only thing that I would ask for.
Let me ask one follow-up to that, and that's great, and thank you. And so any specific or additional support needed around new principals? Like you said that, right? Like it sounds like some of that was, just the authentic collaboration that you all have, but any structures, just curious your thoughts there.
Yes, and we've talked about this with Dr. Hunter because he's asked the same question, like, what can we do to help you all? I think it may be something, it's hard to say because I know the issue is pairing us up with mentors. It seemed like it was more of us than veterans at some point, especially for the middle schools. Like, it's more of us. And so he was like, I don't have anybody to pair you all with. And so just thinking about that, right? Just offering, grace, separate meetings during the principals' meetings. We needed that time. I think the last meeting we had at Loudermilk was that was amazing for us. We had an opportunity to break off and just vent about the things that we really needed, throughout this process, especially budget season process. Those questions we had. So just appreciative of that part. Those are some things that would be really helpful to just give us the opportunity to work together, middle school principals together, elementary together, high school together, because our needs are very different.
Got it. Shout out to the mighty middle. So well done.
Yes, thank you.
And Dr. Smith, I want to shout out to Chief Bracken because I think that was her thought behind that, and what energy in that room when we did the budget meeting. So I thought that was a good call out to differentiate. And so we are at our final presentation. We have Dr. Brown from Hollis Innovation Academy.
Good afternoon. I am last but not least, but I will try to keep this short because I know we are at the end. Proud principal, Tiffany Brown of Hollis Innovation Academy. We are STEM. We are very close to being state STEM certified. Of course, we already have the Cognia. And so we just had January 18th, an artifact review that came to our school and reviewed what we're doing and how we're looking. And so from that, our goals were our well thought out PBL plans that include a literacy connection along with the science and math, our journals that are that include long-term PBLs that have an integration of STEM partnerships of Georgia Tech and NCR, as well as STEM careers, STEM field experiences, and field experts, those experiences being embedded in our PBLs. Our goal is continuous STEM journal PD for our teachers so that there is more of a focus on driving student interest and curiosity and not just reflection only. Right now, we have 6 vacancies, 2 MOID teachers and a STEM specialist, which I was sad to lose them all. However, it was promotions in APS. They're gonna be great. 2 DSE paras and 1 DSE teacher.
Dr. Brown, did you let everybody know you're a K-8? Did you say that?
Yes, I'm K-8. I'm the outlier. That was gonna come up in the end, but absolutely. Yes, I'm K-8. I am elementary and middle school, all in one.
Specialized. All right. Let's move into whole child and intervention. So same question that I've asked pretty much throughout the day today. So let's take a look at your attendance data here. we see, again, improvement in the ATR, so we've got more accurate data. And then when we look year over year, again, not apples to apples, but we're seeing a lot of improvement down a little bit from the fall. But when we look around the same period, a significant increase. What's working? What's changed? What have you put in place?
So one of the things we started the year out with is a new attendance policy and protocol that we shared out with students, parents, staff. We were very intentional about rolling that out. And with that, we included incentives for our students. We're doing, a lot of people do the NBA, never been absent, never found late programs. Those incentives have worked tremendously. In fact, now we have a good problem. There's so many more each month that are receiving the awards, even the parents. And so now we're running into funding issues with making sure that we can fund all of our celebrations. But other than that, that has been a big success. We're still gonna tweak some things moving forward so that we can even get bigger gains.
Okay, let's move into the data.
Okay, so, start talking. Do I talk or y'all want to ask questions? Or?
We're going to ask questions.
Okay.
All right, so starting with the elementary data, I want to start with your foundations down at the bottom, the fluency data. So just talk about what you're seeing in your K through 3 classrooms around implementation of foundations. What does that look like, and how are you supporting the implementation?
Right now, that is looking a lot better from last year. I want to jump in and just, for all of these slides, kind of celebrate my school a little bit, even though the data doesn't look the way we want it to look. We have transitioned from a whole new culture and curriculum. And so Hollis was an EL school. And traditionally, that culture looks different in terms of instruction, in terms of meeting the needs of all of your kids, Tier 1, DSE, and so on. So the teachers have had to learn, especially my elementary K through 3 teachers, instead of EL, they've had to learn 3 new programs. They are learning foundations, they're learning how to utilize ReadyGen, as well as Lucy Calkins. They are doing a great job. And again, I also want to thank CNI. Ms. Walker has been coming into the building and working diligently with the training and the support of our teachers in foundation. She comes in, she does walks with myself and my coaches. And so we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm very proud of my teachers.
And you also have Rollins.
We have Rollins. And so with that, again, so can I speak to this right here? So that is, yes, that's scary if you look at it. However, again, 3 new programs that our teachers have had to learn. Most of them did not come in until around November. And then we added Rollins on top of that. And so my teachers, they're very dedicated, you know, but they are learning these different curricular programs. Then Rollins was basically essentially, hey, you're gonna be in a college class for the semester, which is a heavy lift for them. I'm thankful that they're hanging in there, but it is a lot. I know Rollins is an amazing program, has great information, but I just hope, you know, it hasn't been, you know, at the expense of them being so overwhelmed that they haven't been able to gain the knowledge that they're going to need from Rollins. And so I am really feeling like these numbers look like this because of those changes. As they become more comfortable using these programs and more comfortable using a 2.5-hour literacy block, which gives them a dedicated time for phonics, for foundations, for reading, reader's workshop, writer's workshop, this will start to improve quickly.
Do you see the connection, or do your teachers see the connection between what they're learning in Rollins and this work with early literacy?
They are seeing it.
Okay.
They are seeing it, but they're stressed.
Okay, that's
they're
valid.
stressed right now, and so I believe when the dust settles, we'll be able to talk more about those connections, and when they are more comfortable utilizing all of these ideas in that 2.5-hour literacy block, I'll get better feedback.
Okay, so let's talk about math, which the curriculum has not changed.
It has not changed.
So
what
what specific strategies are you using there to address some of the areas of opportunity that you see in math, in your math data?
So right now, I'm working to help my coach get the training to be able to go in and support the teachers. My coach is new. We have a lot of new. Again, and y'all, it's hard for me to stand here and sound like it's an excuse. My administrative team, we have not been able to get in as much as we want to because we've had only 2 administrators since September 16th. We're just now getting an additional administrator, January 17th. And we have another one on the way, but it has been a challenge with 2 of us supporting new coaches, new teachers. Right now, this is a representation of all of the new. We have several new teachers, several new coaches, new DSE department completely. And so what we're doing is we're pushing in and we're giving support on content. We're giving support on how to station teach using our framework that we've implemented. That was part of our SIP this year because that framework pulls away from so much whole classroom teaching, and it requires 4 days out of the week for them to use a station teaching model where they're flexibly grouping their students based on their needs. And so right now we're working on finding an effective intersection between those models.
Gotcha. Okay, let's shift to middle school. Can you talk about your PLCs and how you are leveraging those to help support planning and what's happening in the classroom?
Absolutely. So for middle school, and our middle school data looks a little different. Is this elementary? Okay.
Yes.
Can we turn to the middle school page?
Okay.
Middle, can we? Okay. So our middle school data looks a little different, and I'm celebrating my middle school teachers because although everything's new to them too, in the ELA Amplify is completely new for my middle school teachers, for all of them, including my DSE teachers. The middle school math Amplify is new for 2 of the general ed teachers. I'm like Ms. Green, we only have one team per grade level in middle, and it's new for 2 of them. The one that was repurposed from REP, I guess around in October, and placed in 7th grade is a strength for Amplify, and so we are utilizing her. We're utilizing our coaches, myself. I'm getting stronger in Amplify, but I'm gonna throw that name out there again. Joe has been phenomenal. Ms. Turner Smith, they have been coming in, they have been working diligently with our teachers. We have had the opportunity to set aside not just PLCs, but a couple of full day planning sessions where we were able to get in subs and have Joe and Shemaiah push in and work very closely with our teachers with unit internalization, looking at the data, especially now, the one we did in January, how to look at content weights and then merge those with the units and how they can utilize Amplify and a framework in order to increase achievement in those areas for our students.
Do you need that same kind of support for elementary?
We have a lot of support for elementary. I will say this, I do want the continued support this year, and especially as we move into next year. I'm proud to say that the budget kind of worked in my favor. We have been working with 2 coaches, 2 brand new coaches, and they're supporting K-8. And that's a heavy lift.
It is a lot.
You all know, everybody in the room knows elementary and middle are 2 different beasts. And so next year, we're gonna have more support because we're gonna be able to add a middle school coach for math, 2 middle school coaches, one for math and one for ELA. But definitely, we wanna continue having that district support. Like other principals in the room have said, anytime we call, they're there. If I call Erica Jones, if I call Jamel and say, hey, we need help with this, if I call Joe, they are there. They come, and they come on our schedule, on our collaborative planning schedule. And so it has been helpful. I'm thinking next year we won't need as much support, but we're gonna be calling. We're definitely gonna be calling for support.
Okay. Yep. So your HMH data looks pretty good. I think you're on track everywhere. 14 minutes for System 44, we'll take it. Okay. So keep up the good work.
All right, thank you.
All right, and we're gonna go right to need with our time.
All right, needs, the gift of time, fewer meetings, decreased number of conflicting meetings. However, I have to remind myself again that I might be feeling that strain because I'm being pulled in two different directions. I'm being pulled elementary and I'm being pulled middle. My coaches are being pulled both directions because there's only two to support the whole school. So I think that as we are able to increase our team, that might look a little different. And as I'm able to have a larger team to be able to spread out to attend some of these functions and these meetings for me, that will change. Processing time for filling vacancies, like I said, that's been tough, especially in these leadership positions, being without two APs since September 16th, and we're just now able to, we have one AP that came on January 17th. We have another one that's hopefully coming on this week. So I'm really thankful to Matt Rogers, who has been very helpful. I know that some of the holdup has been that we were right in the middle of that transition between having an AP pool and not having an AP pool. And so it's been a lot, but I am thankful to those who have been able to help us to move swiftly these last couple of weeks, because now we're able to rock and roll. More clarity and equity in the process, especially related to certain positions such as a business manager. That's one of those positions that can be a little bit of a gray area that can be utilized differently at schools. And so more clarity and understanding of that position and how to get one and the process. Continued support for DSE, for content and compliance for new teachers. Again, my entire DSE team is new. Most of them, this is a first career for them because they are on provisionals. So they do need a lot of support. And finally, CNI, just continue to support our new coaches, support with the new curricula, and no more new initiatives this year, please, so that they can have the opportunity to just digest and process what we have going right now.
Okay, thank you for your time, principals. Dr. Smith, could you come up and just say some final words to finish us off?
Grab it here. Yeah, good afternoon again. Hey, give yourselves a round of applause. We're finished round 2 of ACES this year, and I always joke, if you want to see the panel sweat, tune in every Monday, the first Monday of the month for the board meeting, right? Because as Dr. Maxwell said, this is cascading work, and we spend the time with the board doing the progress monitoring, talking about how we are moving towards accomplishing our goals. And the arm of implementation and the natural extension is the work we do in this room, right? Which is that measurement of how are we getting there, what do we need, how are we working together, because it is meant to be something where we are working together. So, you know, being thoughtful about some of the common themes that we heard, I am excited about, you know, after hearing very clearly from our PAC the need for middle school, but for all of our grade levels, especially having those affinity band conversations in our principals meetings. I'm really looking forward to kicking that off on Thursday. So I think that's a step in the right direction. It is these types of pieces that we, you know, as we get them, and then hearing again some common themes of support that are needed, so that we can ultimately hit those goals, because we're in crunch time. We are in crunch time. Milestones is around the corner, and it is truly, in reality, the first opportunity that we will have to take a look at how we are progressing relative to our post-pandemic baseline, right? We've had a lot of map data, that formative data, but we are going to have that autopsy coming soon. So keep up the work, keep the commitment, I mean, this is some of the hardest time, you know, the winter of our discontent, literally and figuratively, sometimes this time of the year, but push through. We're going to see that hard work show up on the milestones. Thank you all again so much. Have a wonderful afternoon. I know we have one, and before we leave, because we still have 5 minutes, Dr. Maxwell has one more thing, so thank you all again for your time and commitment.
And Dr. Smith, if you stay up here, and Dr. Florence, could you come up here also? And then we're going to have, I don't see Tommy. Is Tommy still here? Okay, and Dr. Goodwine, you're going to want to come up. You're going to be ready. And so we are going to actually celebrate a couple of you, right? We celebrated you at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 meeting. We also think it's a great time to celebrate you here. And it's for our schools who are not, that are gone from Tier 3 to Tier 2, or have gotten off certain lists, right? And so we wanted to give you an award. So first of all, we want to recognize a school and a principal who actually has exited off of our APS identified list right now. And I know she's so excited because she gave me a huge hug that she's about squeezed me to death. And that is from Long Middle School, Miss Lisa Hill.
I know you're going to get this. You will, Mom. You will.
And the other school and principal we want to recognize, and so this school exited off of our CSI list, and he's not on any state list at all, and just so excited for the work that he's done. And so that is from Young Middle School Principal Ron Garlington. And so that concludes our day. And if you could take the survey before you leave today, we want 100% completion.
Yes. Yeah, I'm getting ready to leave in about 10 minutes.